afternoon, everybody. We're ready to get started. It is Tuesday, July 27th, and this is Lee County School Board briefing meeting. It's 1 o'clock. Our first presentation today is on the student progression plan, and we have several people who are presenting. Ms. Candace Aliveto, who is Director of Teaching and Learning, Ms. Lori Brooks, who is Director of School Counseling and Mental Health, Ms. Lori Houchin, who is Director Teaching and Learning. And do we have one more, or is that just the three of you? Okay. I had one more on the list, but I see three. So, ladies, go ahead with your presentation, and we are ready for you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Vaughn. Good afternoon. Thank you for having us today to brief you on the updates to the 2021-22 Student Progression Plan and Secondary Course Catalog. The Student Progression Plan and Secondary Course Catalog actually contains 3 sections in one document, and that would be, of course, the Student Progression Plan at the beginning, and then it segues into the Middle School Course Catalog and High School Course Catalog. Within this document, this contains our academic policies and our courses, which of course are aligned to our state statutes, State Board of Education rule, and our Florida Department of Education updates annually. We also follow the state course code directory for any courses in our secondary course catalog, and these, of course, are in our scheduling system and focus. So if they're in the middle or high school course catalog, that means they're also active for schools to use in the focus scheduling system. And now I'll turn it over to Lori Houchin for elementary and middle school updates.
The only elementary updates this year is that all schools will now use iReady as their progress monitoring. We did have 4 schools last year who used STAR reading, and this year they will all be using iReady as their progress monitoring tool. In middle school, you should see the removal of the term credit because statute actually talks about completed courses. And so we looked at other districts, and by removing the term credit, it gives us a lot more flexibility to look at other data points. And so you can see that we included language such as promotion to high school. We can use progress monitoring data. Of course, we look at the teacher data, their standards-based assignments, and or passing a more rigorous course because standards progress. So if they pass their 8th grade courses, then we look at that as a data point as well. We also wanted to, we've always set the standard that if students are not being successful, we've encouraged them to receive individual counseling, but we actually wanted to put that language in to mirror some other districts. And so we put that in. And then we're shifting to quality points for final grade calculation. And Candace is going to be going over exactly what that means, so she has a detailed explanation.
And with that, for high school, the only update that was made in the student progression plan is around quality of points. So both middle school and high school will move from a calculation where the final grade is calculated using numerical averages. Instead, we'll move to assigning each letter grade a quality of point. Ms. Lori Brooks is going to talk to you about a few of those advantages and why we're going to move that route. But ultimately what it does is it aligns us as a 612 system with what the state recommends for how our EOC courses are calculated. So our EOC courses have always been calculating using quality of points. However, our other courses at middle school and high school, we used our averages. What we did find throughout the pandemic, though, there were a lot of learning and opportunities. As students transitioned from us, we would have other counties ask, hey, can you explain how these 2 grades come out to the final grade? and we talked, and it was, do you have any ideas or thoughts around using quality of points? And when we really dug into it to align all of our courses, we decided to move in that direction as well. So you'll see in the student progression plan, we've added quality points next to each of the letter grades. On your screen, we gave two very specific examples. We used a middle school example where it is a straight 4 quarters. So you'll see the very first line is how we have previously in Lee County averaged a final grade. And in the scenario that's on the screen, the student would have had a D. So they have that 1 quarter that was an F that we may not know what happened in that quarter, but it's caused the student's overall grade to be a D. When we make the switch though to quality points, which are the lines below it, the student actually ends with an overall grade of a C. So it takes it and it mirrors the state systems for our EOCs. The next slide does the same exact example, but for a high school. In high schools, we award credit based upon the semesters. So each quarter is 40% of the grade, with the exam being 20%. So that's why you notice the weights look a little bit different here. I'd also like to bring to your attention, I apologize, we just saw it before, is on the original version that was posted, the F set a 0 to a 0.9, and then the D had a 0.5. That really should have said a 0 to 0.4, mirroring what's on my screen there. I do apologize, Ms. Schaefer has the updated one, and we'll be posting that tomorrow as well. And with that, I will throw it back over to Ms. Lori Brooks.
Thank you, Ms. Aliveto. So as we examined the advantages of moving from a percentage calculation to quality points, this really does, again, as Ms. Aliveto mentioned, it mirrors the Department of Education recommended calculation for courses that have an end-of-course assessment that we already have articulated in our student progression plan. This also makes recovery possible for students when we examine the 10-point grading letter grade system and you look at the 0 to 59 being an F and that spread of points compared to the 10-point spread for grades of D, C, B, and A. When students have a very low F, or in fact sometimes a 0 or a 10 or 20% in 1 quarter, it really makes recovery impossible mathematically when we look at the average of straight percentages. So you'll see on this next slide, that's what we're articulating there. And this also mirrors the 4-point calculation model for grade point average overall. So we're trying to align our systems to the Department of Education recommended calculation for courses with an end-of-course exam, and also the 4-point GPA calculation model. In addition, as Ms. Aliveto mentioned, sometimes we would receive phone calls from other districts questioning how a student earned a particular letter grade that was lower than what that district would have expected. And because our transcripts only show letter grades, in their minds they were calculating quality points and saying this low grade is impossible that the student achieved. When we would look on our systems and do raw percentages, that's what we would share with them, and that's how we also discovered that several of our neighboring districts and many others around the state have shifted to this 4-point quality of points scale. And it also then assists with transitions between local districts due to our high mobility rate, especially within the state of Florida.
And with that being said, we are at questions.
All right.
Good afternoon, and thank you. I guess the first question that popped into my head, especially after what you just said, why wouldn't the state, I hate the word mandate, but for lack of a better term, mandate that everyone use the same system? And the first thing, I go into the horrors as to the students that were the recipients of these, these scores that really weren't fair. So I'm saying to my colleagues, we talked about our legislative agenda. This is jumping up and down in my face saying this needs to go on there. Everybody needs to either be in the boat or out of the boat, because, we're hurting children with this. If they go somewhere in another district that's not using what we're using and they go back to the other one, how is this helping?
And working with Chancellor Oliva and some of the other officials at the state level, because they've been giving us guidance and showing us other student progression plans, the statement was made that the only legislation regarding grading is just the grade scale. Otherwise, at the state level, there is no language in legislation about grading. So it is just talking from one district to another. And that is one thing that COVID allowed us to do, was to go across districts and problem solve for deficient credits. And that's how we discovered that they were using quality of points, and we wanted to take advantage of that as well.
And it's interesting, I had a meeting with some folks this morning, and that was the thing, that COVID, as bad as it is, one of the things that it helped was to flush out education. I would like to, Madam Chair or whomever, make sure that we put the grading scale on our legislative agenda like now, if we can possibly consider and do that. I really would appreciate it. And thank you again.
Okay, other questions or comments? Mrs. Patrica.
So, hi, thank you. This isn't a question related to this, but it brought the question up in my mind. When kids go to apply for college and they have these crazy GPAs above 6.0, those GPAs aren't frequently recognized by colleges and universities. So I'm wondering, can I have an explanation of how we get there? I don't need this explanation today. I would just like to understand how that impacts kids when they're trying to apply for college, why some colleges look at it and some colleges don't. It's very confusing. Please and thank you.
Do you mind if I provide some information now? Okay, thank you. So at the college level, to level the playing field, so to speak, because districts around the country use different GPA weights and what have you for rigor, to express rigor, they have their own calculation. So they pull out the coursework and they apply their own weighting, so it's uniform across that system. So the Florida Board of Governors typically sets that for all of our state universities, and that way they're all using the same system. And we've even had some discussions about possibly looking at that next to ensure that our students may actually see a GPA more in alignment with what it would be when they seek post-secondary admissions on a competitive basis.
Good. That's great, because it is really different from college to college. I get inside the university system, but you go outside Florida and,
True.
You know, it's crazy. Anyways, thank you.
That is something we'll be bringing back to you within the next couple months. We discussed doing it now. However, that one has some more community and stakeholder feedback. We need to do some educating, because you will have students go from that 6.0 to a more 4.5 point scale in that change. So we will be coming back to talk about how do we align that system to better help students understand what their GPA is and what that means for post-secondary.
Yeah, and I think that piece is important. You're right, there will be community feedback, but it doesn't do the student any good to think they're graduating with a 6.0 and then go to college and realize, well, this doesn't really mean anything. Mm-hmm. So it's almost as if we're creating a false impression for those 4 years while they seek that, and then they get out there and it really doesn't mean anything. So I appreciate the attention you're paying to that. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Morgan, did you have a question?
Now, I don't have questions, I have comments. Well, first of all, thank you for the quality points explanation. I had no clue. You know, not coming from education, it was just, thank you. That was a great explanation. But going through the student progression plan, I would just like to compliment you on a bunch of things. The organization of the middle school plan into clusters, and then the introduction of the exploration of production technology and career planning, introduction to marketing, sales, and services and career planning as sort of the starter to all of those clusters. I thought that was fabulous. Reorganization of the intensive reading progression, the addition of the instrumental ensemble progression beyond level 1. That's great. I didn't realize that we never thought about the fact that we didn't have it. High school, the math progression double block graphic. For somebody who is an outsider, that makes, reducing some of this verbiage to graphics really makes a huge difference. The addition of painting, electricity, building trades. Now, I wanted to ask you about the digital media, multimedia, media design, and web production. Digital information technology classes as foundation for multiple disciplines, health science, directed study, police officer, certified legal assistant, code enforcement. These are very specific courses that we're offering. Is there any way we can effectively market those to other districts as a virtual class that would be a revenue generator for us? Because, I mean, I would assume that most districts aren't doing some of this. So, anyway, I throw the thought out there. And then, let's see. Oh, just a comment about the U.S. Coast Guard Leadership and Operations. Has anybody talked to Spencer Roach?
No, we will write that down, though. Thank you.
Yeah. That's his baby. So anyway, those are I thought it was terrific. It gets cleaner and cleaner and more succinct and easy to read with each iteration. So I just wanted to I want you to know I went through the whole thing and I really liked it. So there you go.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions, comments? Okay, Mrs. Gittens?
I just wanted to, in response to Ms. Patrica's question about students and knowing what their scoring is going to be, kudos to the AVID program, because as an AVID coordinator and teacher, that was one of the things that we did, was to make sure if you chose a particular college, you had to know how are they going to look at your scores. And we made sure to let the students understand the colleges that use super scoring and the ones that don't. So just kudos to AVID for that.
Okay, other questions and comments from board members?
I'd just like to say thank you. It's good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay. The next presentation will be from Superintendent Dr. Ken Savage, and he is going to be presenting Reorganization, Phase 1. So I'll give him a minute to get set up.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
So thank you so much. This is a tremendous privilege to be here today to be able to unpack the first step potentially in a journey or the end of a conversation. And I think that is really, for me, the opportunity to highlight a body of work that really began back in November. So when Dr. Atkins, after the election result, and he knew that he had 2 years of a governance team that he had in front of him, he asked us as a district leadership team, specifically the chiefs, to go back and look at our organization through new eyes, look at some of the vacancies and key staff areas that we had, an opportunity to not ask for more money, but to try to redistribute some of the money we had to even be a better organization, and that was his ask. Everyone was kind of given the same opportunity to walk away from that conversation and come back with some thoughts. What then began in December and then really in earnest January and February is that the chiefs met for weeks and long meetings in each of those pieces and came up with different configurations, different ideas, pros and cons, and began a pretty good conversation there. However, once it became evident that Dr. Atkins in March was potentially going to retire instead, I felt that the time was then not right to bring forward any new ideas and allow that for whoever came next to consider what they might want the organization to look like. But there was a lot of staff time and specifically from the leadership time already invested in going after a lot of the most difficult questions about the organization. So it's a privilege today to be able to kind of recap that work that began then and then picked up after, that when I was applying for the interim superintendent job, one of the most important aspects of it to me was that there was a real opportunity for us not to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but to really evolve as an organization based on a lot of powerful conversations that we had. terms such as composite. How can we become more composite as an organization, more results-oriented, more performance-based? And so it's a privilege today to kind of kick things off and highlight that now here we are today. So I'm just going to kind of briefly go over the agenda of this presentation. The first is, what is the timeline for this phased reorganizational concept? And I say that because today there is no organizational chart that I am asking the board to adopt today. What I am showing you are the working draft, which evolves every week, almost every day, through conversations. But it's very important that as we try to do that, that we have opportunity for more input, to get more eyes on it. And so for the longest time, it was really just the chiefs. Then we expanded to cabinet. Then we met with each individual board member, really a significant amount of time with individual chiefs, getting their individual conceptions. But now it's time to bring, the fruition of that work to at least today. So I'm going to go over that timeline. The second piece is a phase 1 draft organizational chart concept. And again, I put phase 1 because, again, it's a draft, a working draft. Think of clay. It is moldable clay. The third piece that I will emphasize is why reorganize? Why now? Reiterating that piece. The fourth is to really focus on why is the phase 1 targeted at the chief level? Why is it looking at our chiefs? But also then why is it taking the time to clarify the divisions? The next pieces are to really address opportunities for succession that really were not present during our current transition. So succession opportunities that allowed us to be where we are today. How might it be different looking at a structure such as this? Then we're going to talk about pros and cons, advantages and considerations. And then the very last will be just articulating those next steps and taking any questions that we may have. So to proceed right into the piece, let's just go over the timeline first. This is today, we are really at a phase 1 threshold. Phase 1 is really to try to receive a non-binding board consensus that this is a worthy effort. If that board consensus is that this is a worthy effort, then we would proceed to phase 2, which more formalizes. So you can see that phase 2 and phase 3 are mapped out, and these really would exist over the next couple months. Phase 1, today, the only actual action that I would be requesting the board take that is binding would be in the action meeting this evening, when there are 4 positions that are being proposed, as well as 5 personnel moves that are tethered to those positions. And again, that is the board's discretion. However, that would be the representation of the action step behind a phase 1 approval. What it also would do today, at the conclusion of this briefing, what I'll be asking for that board consensus, is whether or not we're on the right track. And the way I see it is there's really 3 options to that question. Number 1, yes, this is a needed adjustment, a needed revision, and certainly we want you to proceed and move to kind of start to flesh out phase 2 and all the residual moves that go with that. The second option that I would see as a plausible offering at that question is, conceptually I think there's some strengths there. There's some really good work there, but let's maybe go a little slower. Let's slow things down a bit and continue to do that to lengthen that time period. Or the third option really is, nope, I really don't think that this is, as a board member, I'm supportive of any type of thinking along this at this time, and I would prefer that we cut bait on this situation and allow everyone to focus on other things, because I don't want to waste 1 more minute of staff time if this is not a direction that the team is willing to support. So those are really the 3 options in my mind of the phase 1 reorganization today. To give you a glimpse as to what it actually looks like, and again, this is a working draft. It has moved. We have moved divisions through feedback. Lots and lots of movement has occurred on this particular piece. This is a model that, if you were to say, look at like a neighbor to the south, Collier. Collier has some similar features to this. If you want to look at comparable size districts that have some similar features, you could look at Polk County or Pasco County. If you want to look at high performing districts that utilize similar structures, you would look at Sarasota or St. John's. If you want to look at a major metropolitan district that takes a similar feature, you would look at Palm Beach. But one really important thing that I would want to highlight are the concepts of chiefs in general. So I would articulate to you, and I'm going to use the cursor here just to highlight, every single one of these leadership roles, theoretically, could be a chief. This is an executive view of our district, a simple executive view of our district. And really all of these, with the exception of the diversity inclusion, which really does include a specific director position, these are chief level areas of responsibility. They require specialized expertise. They have varying degrees of complexity associated to their work. But what we've also heard is that we don't necessarily want to add more chiefs. That's certainly a piece of feedback that we had heard through any of our discussions early on, that there was a concern that maybe our leadership is too top-heavy, things along those lines. But just to acknowledge the complexity of each of these roles, each of them do carry with them a significant level of expertise. And so I'm just going to kind of briefly go through these areas. And I'm going to expand as I go through each of these departments. There's a Chief Strategic Engagement Officer, which is one of the new positions that will be proposed that you have at the action meeting this evening. The Chief Strategic Engagement Officer, that role is really to be the skin of the organization. So often we've used the term telling our story, but the Chief Strategic Engagement Officer is to bring a vision of how we can better connect to all of our stakeholders. My vision for this is that when a child walks into our school system at any school in the district, they feel that this is their district. When every teacher walks into their classroom, yes, they're a part of that school, but I want them to think that superintendent, that board, they work for me. It's their place. So it's really not about telling our story as much as it is about co-creating our story together. How do we get more two-way engagement, feedback? That's the kind of thing that a Chief Strategic Engagement Officer can really look at the organization through that lens. Moving down from the Chief Strategic Engagement Officer, we have a Chief Performance Officer. This role is vital. One of the things we have as a strength in our organization is a strategic plan. And it's ambitious. And that's wonderful. We have to set high standards for our students and for our performance. But how are we measuring that? How do we know if it's truly successful currently? How lagged are our statistics? Can schools in real time know how their students are actually performing? Can school leadership, can district leadership, and not just our schools, but in every performance unit within our district, financially, from a labor standpoint, from any of our operational areas, how are we engineered to truly produce results? And that's really the core thought behind this Chief Performance Officer concept. You might see in other organizations things such as a Chief Strategy Officer or a Chief Accountability Officer. Those are all tend to be equivalent expressions of that concept. And it's really to drive value across the entire organization through thought leadership and really through systems and results. Moving to the right of that piece, the Chief of Staff is very much the same position with the only intention of trying to also broaden our connection to our community from a government standpoint, really making sure that our government leaders, all those natural synergistic partnerships that can happen, that's also being nurtured through that piece. The Enterprise Risk Division is a new concept. This is something that some districts have. They call it a risk management division or risk management departments. What we tried to do is consolidate some of the areas where there is substantial risk that is occurred just by the nature of the work that occurs in those respective areas. These things often can result in financial vulnerabilities for us, legal vulnerabilities which translate into financial vulnerabilities, or such as in the information realm, information vulnerabilities. And so there's really so much risk in our organization, and so to be very intentional to group similar, rather than having them pocketed all throughout the organization, to really place it in a different concept here. The other thing that it does is allow for some independence so that you don't necessarily have any inherent conflicts of interest when there is maybe work that's occurring within a division where the same people are participating in multiple roles, both as process observers as well as outcome determiners. Those types of conflicts, even if the people are carrying out their work perfectly, it opens them up to a scrutiny that enterprise risk attempts to show some transparent separation there. And then last, I have legal services there, which it's only on there to demonstrate there's an awareness of legal services. You'll notice that there's solid lines. Really, that's to reflect there are multiple different ways that districts approach their legal services. Our current configuration within the district has been a staff legal service, where the staff legal services do report to the superintendent. When Mr. Williams was here, it was through that chief legal position that he supervised that staff. In some districts, they do use a general counsel model, which unifies that legal work under a general counsel. Now, I am not making a proposal for any of those outcomes today. I purposefully left it as a to be determined because there is a future meeting scheduled mid-August where the pros and cons and merits of various different options will be presented to the board in partnership with Ms. Dupuy-Bruno. Just so that we can have a more in-depth conversation about the legal matters, because that is a real significant issue for the district, is ensuring that we have appropriate legal advice that is timely and allows all of our staff folks the opportunity to be supported by a strong legal apparatus. And it's a priority to the board as well, I'm sure. So just please disregard that legal piece. It's just not for the sake of today. When you move to the deputy superintendent levels, what this attempts to do, and I'm going to take a step back to just remind, if you were to, let's say, remove the deputy superintendents, let's just say for the sake of argument, they did not exist here. What you would have are all these important chief level positions, but you would have a direct report to the superintendent in the ballpark of, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 14, 15, potentially 15 direct reports to the superintendent. Now, certainly, organizationally, any person who's in that area of purview would certainly want that direct access. I know that when I was in operations, Scott Rickenbacker would always tell me, I just loved when I could march right in the superintendent's office and get that contract signed. I didn't have to wait in line behind all these other folks. I just knew I'd go straight to the top. And while that may be convenient to have that direct access, what it also belies, though, is that we know from a research standpoint that really it's 4 to 6 direct reports that allow you to have a very strong dynamic of working with those individuals and giving them the appropriate level of thought leadership and not inundating the organization with kind of a bureaucratic structure. So that's where the 2 deputy superintendent concepts really come in. They are, to be fair, an extension of that superintendent job. They really are to look through the organization through a superintendent level lens and say, this is my area of purview and this is my responsibility. And I'll use an equivalent currently. Let's talk about Dr. Spiro. So if you were to observe a pure chief structure and you were to look at chief models all throughout the state of Florida, what you would find is that there is often a chief of schools and a chief academic officer, because the volume of supervising the curricular programs and pedagogy and all the elements of supporting student services, that's a lofty charge in of itself. But would you add supervising all the administration that has to supervise all the staff at all the schools, that really is 2 separate chief jobs emboldened into one position that we call chief academic officer. And so if you were to study other organizations that do implement that chief structure, you'll typically find more chiefs than what we have. And certainly I think a model like that could work, but again, where do you draw the line where those number of direct reports start to get into very high numbers? And so that's something that you can kind of see here. Now, something we're going to get into more detail is some different development and some different models for the school development structure. Those are things that are yet to, I'm not bringing any finality to that, but just a discussion that I'll get into deeper detail. Below, you'll have the Division of Teaching and Learning and the Division of Student Services. All of these pieces falling within that Deputy Superintendent for Student Achievement. And student achievement was very intentionally selected in that name because our job is not to make learning games. Our job is to produce student achievement. It doesn't matter what family, it doesn't matter what income, it doesn't matter what zip code. Our job is to produce student achievement. And that structure doesn't just supervise. There's an inherent accountability there. And that's the intention behind that position, as well as all of the divisions that are in there to support that outcome and driving that value. When you transition to the right of that area to the Deputy Superintendent of Business Operations, that same type of accountability for our business is there as well. So the Business Services Division remains largely intact, and we'll go into specifics of the one area that would be moving, the 2 areas rather that were identified to potentially come out of that area. Again, as draft considerations would be food and nutrition services, which currently is our feed program. That has moved in our organization many times. It used to be in operations, then it was in food services, it moved over to business area. So those are the kinds of things that how they landed where they are. Well, because of the monetary amounts that move through food services, certainly you could make an argument that it belongs there. But when you look at other organizational charts around the state, you'll find that can land all over the place. And so that's just an example. What I've attempted to do here in this model that I'm presenting to you today is to consolidate only those really true financial operational items under that business services umbrella. And so we'll go through that as we go through this PowerPoint. The Human Resources Division, well, human resources really, our entire organization is human resources. Everything is human resources. Everyone plays a role. Every single person who hires in this district is a part of that apparatus. And so I would just caution anyone from thinking that this human resources division on its own is really, it really is we don't do centralized hiring here. We absolutely hired individual sites. And so all of these policies and procedures, this is just talking about the centralized component of that. There's still all the decentralized aspects to our hiring that are embedded at schools. The Information Systems Division, this again has been a pioneer under the excellent leadership of one Trey Davis. This is an area that has really taken to new heights, and certainly with a lot of other talented leaders who are in place there as well. But what Mr. Davis brought was not just a background in the information systems area, but really an understanding from a Fortune 500 company level, really understood how information is more powerful than just the technologist functions. And while we haven't yet reached that analytical side of the organization where we truly have all the information we need when we need it and all the analytical tools to make the best sense of that information on demand, that was the next step. And Mr. Davis has prepared us for that next step to get us right to the threshold where we can take that next step as an organization. And certainly that work would be supplemented and really driven through that performance core of our organization. Moving to the last two pieces of the division, you're referring to the Capital Operations Division and the School Support Operations Division. And I'm going to kind of go through those in greater detail as we move to that piece of the PowerPoint. To just show you that this visualization can be expressed in other ways. You might see charts that go like this. This more replicates our current structure, the way we look at our org chart where we have the pieces go vertically instead of horizontally. But for the ease of a viewer to be able to see, this is, again, clay, so they're the same pieces of information just expressed in a different visual model. So, feedback from the board would be, is this a more appealing model? Is this easier for folks to understand and follow? But for the sake of just today, and rather than showing each slide in that, we just wanted to show that is very permissible as well to switch to this type of model if we needed to. So here's another scale to kind of look through the organization through new eyes. While we currently have a chief structure, all chiefs do not necessarily have the same level of supervisory responsibility. And that carries with it just a scale of leadership that is so substantial. And so I just kind of wanted to highlight that here with the most recent tentative budget that had come forward. Actually updated the tentative budget with the numbers that we have. So what you're seeing is a very close reflection to what the positional FTE that's in the current tentative budget would forecast for all these individual levels. So if starting again at the top, the Division of Strategic Engagement, would carry with it a position FTE of 30 staff. The Strategy and Performance Division would carry a comparable number at about 27, and the Enterprise Risk about 26. Now, while those don't look like giant numbers, they carry substantial impact in the organization. They have a tremendous value because they are really organizational-wide lenses. That enterprise risk really is looking at risk in some of the most difficult pieces across. The strategy performance is really to work and drive value across all areas. And then, of course, the strategic engagement, we need to engage with all of the people in our system, all the workers, all the stakeholders in every which way. Those folks really are working across the entire organization. Shifting to the bottom, you'll see that we're looking almost 9,000 positional FTE out in our schools. That's a tremendous level of responsibility. And so that's reflected in that school development structure. We also have 317 positional FTE in the Division of Teaching and Learning and 624 in the area of student services. So think about right now the sheer amount of positional FTE, and that we're a school system, not a Fortune 500 company, that Dr. Spire is responsible for every single day. It's dramatic. And so that's just something to kind of highlight there. Now, when you transition over to the Deputy Superintendent of Business Operations, you can see that in the business services, minus the food service and minus the internal audit function in there, they're looking at about 71 positional FTE to run the full financial apparatus. And we'll go into more detail about what that is. When you're left in human resources, after you take the professional development that impacts teachers and move that over to the student achievement side of the house, you know, and looking at professional standards and some of these other areas, what you're left with after insurance claims management really is just under 50 positional FTE, and that really reflects the largely transactional work that has to happen every day between people being hired, you know, the credentials being evaluated, and all the daily work that a principal secretary has to do, or that the liaisons with HR have to carry out in all of our functions in our decentralized hiring approach that we have in our district currently. And again, we're not beyond review of those things as well, of looking into the future of centralized hiring practices. I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to look at all these things. But the 78 positional FTE for the information system divisions, this reflects, again, the current supervisory capacity of that piece. And again, you can't oversimplify that this is just about the number of people that are being supervised. Clearly, the numbers are not comparable to, like, say, the deputy superintendent. But what is evident, though, is information moves through our system all throughout every day. There's all sorts of risk, whether it's malicious actors out there. So you really have to kind of honor the expertise. And just like the business services, 71 positional FTE, but that's the $2 billion budget that happens every single year. When we did a $4 billion 10-year capital, I mean, that is a tremendous level. It might not be a large number of folks, but it truly is an impactful number of folks in that very specialized work. When you move to the capital operations and the school support operations, these are really broken into two different operational leads. The capital really tries to simplify for our district. These are all capital functions, so we're going to break down those particular pieces of what that is. Then the last is the school support operational function, and that really does take all the services that support our schools every single day. So I'm going to kind of highlight, and again, this draft, we're going to go into the specific departments that currently would be proposed in those areas, but again, you're not being asked to validate that. This is just to help some contextually understand this chart so that it makes sense to everyone. So, who is the priority? Well, for me, it's our schools. When I embraced this role, it really was to try to return us to a time where our schools were the priority, where they would feel as if they are the priority. And I'll be very honest, and I've said this to board members privately. You know, I think you all know this by now. My priority isn't the board, even though you're my boss. Just like I know, you have an understanding that you report to the public. In that way, we all report to the public. And so while we all have our individual conceptions, at the end of the day, I want to be very clear that our schools know we are here for them. We are here for the teachers in our schools. We are here for the leaders who have to facilitate that. We are here for the students and their families. We are here for this community to get the type of school system they all deserve. Every bit of what I'm doing or suggesting here that we consider is all about that. So one of the efforts that I just want to reiterate that I'm doing starting in August is this listening tour. Now, it began in earnest with meeting with every single principal. Now, I've got a lot going on in a short summer, but I knew that I wanted to make time to sit and meet with every single principal in the district. And next on the docket, I'll be meeting with all the assistant principals as well as every district leader. But I started with principals for one very good reason. Number one, I couldn't meet with every family in the district. I couldn't meet with every teacher in the district, but I did know that our principals are given the very lonely task of being the sole person responsible for their school to constantly keep students at the forefront, to create a conducive environment for their teachers and staff, but yet challenge them as well, how to help them be more student-focused. Principals have a very lonely, difficult job, and I know because I was one fairly recently, and I will say that that is something that I take very seriously, and I wanted our principals to know that they are at the forefront of any leadership decisions that are being made, and that's why I've taken the time. Up to now, I've met with 81 to gather their feedback. Those meetings have taken a lot of time, but they have been the most enjoyable part of my job thus far, with the exception of greeting all the new teachers to our school. That was a great experience for me. So I will say it's been wonderful to meet with these principals because their jobs are so very difficult, and I appreciate that. So the next step of this listening tour is to go into our schools beginning in August and visit every single one of them within the first 100 days. And the reason that's so important is because we're coming off the heels of a pandemic. So it's so important to walk into our schools to see how are people doing, how are our frontline staff doing, our paraprofessionals hanging in there, teachers, support staff in the front office, custodians, bus drivers. We need to get out there and we need to see these faces because we have just come off a global trauma. It has been a very difficult time, and so it's really important during this interim period to really be listening to the frontline folks. And so that's the extension of that time having to met with all those principals. The next priority behind the why is data, results, and reciprocal accountability. So you'll notice with the sections such as the performance officer really trying to move us in that way, we have such an ambitious strategic plan. Do we have the information we need to make decisions every single day? Is it lag data? I used to call that autopsy data. So often as a school principal, I remember I'd get information after the year was already done. I had no time now to make decisions, and I just think it's so important that we keep pushing until we feel that we have the type of data in the moment, as close to real time as possible, or at the absolute smallest amount of lag should be the week or the next day. How can we be agile as an organization until we have information that is really speaking to the health of every classroom and every school every single day? And so that's something that is so important. But the other piece that comes with it is a concept called reciprocal accountability. For everything I expect in terms of results, I must provide an equal level of support. So that means accountability not just for schools who get graded, but for the support apparatus here to support them. And the last piece I've already kind of referenced, which is telling our story versus co-creating our story. And I think it's so important that we re-engage with our community and tell our story as one team, co-creating it together. Not what I think the story is, not what you think the story is, but what do we make the story into together? That has to happen through engagement. So some of the key positions that really speak to those priorities, the chief strategic engagement. That's really what that listening tour and that co-creation of a story together. That chief performance officer, it's all about driving for results through systems. So let's dig into those divisions that I've kind of highlighted and talked about. And again, these are just within the existing budget framework of what the departments and their names are presently. Any adjustments and changes I've made in red or yellow to kind of show any revisions. So under the strategic engagement division, and again, it is a draft. It's very important to say that this is fluid. It can move. So I'm not asking you to approve today. This is a fluid concept, but just to articulate the concept in the current departments. Communications and production is a natural connection there. We have government and community relations. In reality, it would be the community relations side of this. It's really, I think, equivalent to one person, even though it's departmentally shows up that way. It's one person, I believe. And then a slight change would be to mirror the state level with school choice, charter schools, and our student enrollment. This is an opportunity. It's one of the first times we engage with many of our families. So let's turn that into more of an engagement experience, not just enrolling them in school. It's really an opportunity in our charter school system as well as our school choice, replicating that. This is a really opportunity to enhance that particular area and broaden that scope so it's not just a transactional role but more of a transformational opportunity. And again, very much draft. The strategy and performance division. This includes accountability, assessment, and research. Now, this is one that has always been traditionally associated only with the academic side of the house, and clearly there's a need for that. But there really is that same need for measurement on all sides of the house, and some are more set up around this that they were. But that was one of the huge issues I noticed right in operations, was a lot of the data was just so late, and so really kind of putting that same lens across the organization, not just academically, and to make sure that it's really driving value. The grants and program development, I've added one additional piece, the policy side of this. It's so important that that is called out specifically because policy development really should be another massive part of what we do here and to support this board apparatus as well. Continuous improvement, again, I think that is equivalent to one person. That one person is Cindy McClung. I just don't mind calling her out because you've worked with her so much. You know, she's really the one person who's kind of had a role such as this in the organization. And we really need a lot more than just one person. As amazing as Cindy is, this really needs to be a tremendous investment in the organization in order to realize our potential. And then last but not least is innovation services. This really, again, is a credit to Trey Davis because when we were going through this conception, he offered this particular piece to support this division because these are currently roles that have analysts that are truly trying to generate that piece. This came directly out of his suggestion to offer up that piece. And so that's why it's there today. But I would just say, continuing to say, what is the evidence that that analytical work is really happening and that there is a robust understanding of what the customer actually needs and the information they have access to. And that is a never-ending journey of continuous improvement. So these departments are here to show that these departments exist, and they are here, but consolidating them under this type of piece to bring all that resource together to drive strategy and performance. Next, we have the Enterprise Risk Management Division, and this is really a collection of unique pieces that really mitigate risk every single day as part of their work. Professional standards and equity, it's a very small but mighty department that really has a lot of work in front of them and to do every single day and dealing with very difficult circumstances. Here's an opportunity for them to be positioned with other staff that have sometimes similar background and training, and I'll just jump right over enterprise to go to safety, security, emergency management. A lot of the folks in that department have been former law enforcement or code officials, so they have a lot of background in some of those areas. And so you get a potential synergistic opportunity there by pulling staff with similar training together. Then you move down to internal audit and public records. Internal audit being, currently, we typically think of financial audits, but when I was at the state level, one of the most important things was also process audits. So auditing is a function of checking, and that is constantly ongoing, and constantly reviewing and re-reviewing and confirming not just what the plans are, but are the plans actually being implemented. What it looks like on paper sometimes isn't actually what's being carried out, and so you need that type of robust and audit apparatus to secure that piece. Again, this is all just draft. I want to be very clear. These are just considerations as we talk through it. In no way are these things saying we would move forward with this tomorrow. That is not the case. I just want to reiterate that again. Public records being another area where there's a significant level of issue there. We've had some struggles in that particular area in terms of as an organization. So this is an opportunity to really make sure that this is being managed and prioritized in a way that is minimizing our risk, not adding to it. And then the one that I skipped over was enterprise insurance management. So one of the unique pieces we have right now is that while we have our insurance set up within our HR apparatus, a significant amount of claims and whatnot also happen through the property side, which of course is not really, depending on how you want to look at that, like when we had the roof collapse situation, that really is not an HR function, but yet it's being processed in that area. So what this does is it tries to simplify that the claims side of the insurance apparatus is really being handled here. And then as we move to the HR function, you'll see that the benefit side, the compensation side, how it is an attractive package of benefits is really moved to another, it would reside still in HR where it makes a significant amount of sense. But we'll get to that. Student achievement, I've already highlighted a little bit and alluded to this, but one of the unique concepts that we have to consider, and again, not being proposed today, I will say we have the benefit that our school development staff has done an incredible job. I just have to highlight through the 81 conversations I've had, there was an absolute, almost unanimous support of the support that has been received in the school development leadership ranks, elementary, middle, and high. Just tremendous value of the resource those leaders have been, the responsiveness, just the tremendous value there. But so certainly no interest in disrupting that level of service. But one of the unique things that's currently missing in the system that this could attempt to have us do, many large districts split into smaller zones. We have 3 zones. And what that allows you to do is try to consolidate a performance vertically. And when I say vertically, I mean pre-K all the way through adult, really looking at that K to 12 system and saying, It's not the elementaries all as one. It's saying that different parts of our community have different challenges, and so having a more vertical system alignment around that effort can really be a very powerful way to try to counteract that piece. It also tries to create more of a synergistic relationship between schools and feeder schools. So while we currently have 3 zones, something to consider is that through the proximity effort, we may end up recommending something like 4 or even 5 regions. And if you were to go to, say, 4 regions, for example, utilizing some of the proximity pieces, you would find that each of the area superintendents could have roughly 20 schools that they would be responsible for, a small handful of high schools, middle schools, and about 10 elementary schools if you were to separate into 4 regions. So that gives you a sense of what the supervisory purview would be for an area superintendent. And the idea is to strengthen the relationships, not just across all elementary schools, but allowing elementary, middle, and high to get to know each other much deeper so that they can walk each other's buildings. They can see what systems are in place that are helping to counteract maybe effects such as poverty, things along those lines. To support that unit, we'd have embedded units from these other areas. One of the greatest things we'd want to do in business operations is that it can be a challenge to deal with our district because of all the departments we have. There are so many departments, and we have, within our current divisional concept, a lot of autonomy and independence from each other. So what this attempts to do is to take that one business operations liaison so that school administration, the same way they get the immediate response from a school development executive, they get that immediate response from a business operations person who's hunting down that one issue across all the silos that currently exist, rather than having to track down someone from this department and this division and this division and schedule a meeting so everyone can talk together. You have someone who truly understands how the silos work, and that really happens right now at the coordinator level. That's one of the things that we've implemented to kind of address it. So that would be a team to really support that superintendent work. The Division of Teaching and Learning is very much the same as it would currently be, with the exception of adding that instructional PD. One of the other themes of feedback we received was how valuable the curriculum staff was in helping those teachers learn how to teach math and language arts and so forth, and science and social studies and advanced content. They really had such an appreciation and could have such a clear value add between the instructional guides, the curriculum maps, and then just the PD that's very much helping them do what they do best every day. So this kind of brings that instructional PD into this piece so that there's a clear alignment. You don't have one message from one area and another message that may sometimes come into conflict with each other. It really tries to pull, again, that accountability that if we have resources, there's no question as to what they're doing. It's really to say they are working together, they are absolutely infused through, and they're really trying to improve student outcomes. A big part of this also is just making sure that our work is very visible in the schools, that they are there, they are teaching, they are modeling, they are working with those pieces, which, we have a tremendous staff for that area. So it's just an opportunity to kind of bring those groups together. The Student Services Division, again, reflects exactly what's there currently. There is really no deviation on that, and it's a bevy of services, and this is really all about individual students and all those issues that really support our kids and fill the gaps for our individual students so that all of our kids can learn at high levels. The business operations section, to kind of, just as we did the academic services, now let's pull all these different business operations together under one business side of the house. The Business Services Division, we're streamlining a few things. We're pulling out district warehouse operations, we're pulling out the food and nutrition services, and really trying to stick with the pure financial apparatus. So, budget. We know that at the beginning of the year, it's setting that budget, and that's a tremendous staff, a very small, lean staff that puts all that together and then reconciles that work all year round and makes the revisions. That is not just an annual activity, it really is a year-round activity for that staff. But the financial accounting, the property records, the payroll, the procurement services, so procuring those services, the payroll, making sure people are being paid on time correctly, and managing all the exceptions and changes, as well as all the financial accounting property records, resolving all those pieces. That really is a pure financial apparatus. Again, internal audit also coming out of that area. So this is just those key departments, and all exist currently. And again, this is a draft, not saying that this is happening. Very important to state that. The second piece is the Human Resources Division. So there's a few adjustments here. There are a couple of things that have come out, but what we've done is consolidate the benefit side of the compensation labor relations. That really gets moved into this particular area so that there is a clear relationship between not just the money people make, but the benefits package they receive, because truly the benefits they receive are also a cost to the district as well. So looking at that as one kind of holistic concept about how we do it. Of course, they work across through recruitment, staffing and talent management. All these pieces are currently there. We also leave professional development here for the non-instructional pieces, the things that every staff person needs to know, but that don't have the direct implications. So we want to know that people know what to do with bloodborne pathogens, but we need every employee to know that. What we're trying to do is take the instructional side of that piece and bring it into the academic. And for all the non-instructional, that really resides here. The Information Systems Division is really exactly as it currently is, with the exception of the innovation side coming out. That piece really, as you already saw on the performance side, that's where the analytics side comes in. But the application infrastructure, and this is one of the few examples of world class that truly is amazing here. This piece, the technologists, the networking, things get repaired. It's a tremendous. This is a very high functioning division currently. And I would say that just as an example, though, you go to other org charts, and you will often find that in the only cases where this report is directly to the superintendent, it is one of many. There are many org charts that you can see, some of the ones I referenced earlier in the slideshow, where you will find it may have a departmental function, and so it's not necessarily elevated beyond, and the other levels, it really fulfills that purpose. And I think that for us, it's very important that we don't lose the value that they've created in the application, the infrastructure side, but that we really have to make progress on the analytics side. And that's really why that performance side, why really are driving it through a different apparatus, because we can't lose that composite framing of work. It's about having better information in your customers' hands and all your stakeholders' hands. It has to be there, and it just isn't there right now. Moving on to capital operations, this really takes similar pieces. All of these are capital functions. They are capital dollars. That includes planning, growth, and capacity. That is all capital. This is about where we build our schools. That is 100% what it's focused on, and analyzing the capacity all over the district. The facility development programming, that's complex for construction. This is the way it shows up in the budget, but that's really what it is. It's Scott Rickenbacher's area. And then capital maintenance. Now, you'll notice I've added the term capital maintenance. What this does is it takes the cleaning functions and the site functions out of the maintenance area, because really maintenance is only about 1% cleaning. That's really a custodial function. So this is really kind of purifying that piece. The building supervisors, all the maintenance staff, they're really about repair and working on that capital asset, making sure that capital asset is preserved. And so it's really, you'll find in some districts they call it building services to try to separate that piece, or custodial services, things like that. And last but not least, we have the School Support Operations Division. This, you'll see expanded building and site services, and again, this really refers to non-capital maintenance. To try to clarify that from a budgetary perspective as well as a service perspective. So again, head custodian, custodians, all those equivalents. Food and nutrition services, district warehouse operations, and transportation. These are all services that you need every single day. And like transportation, biggest department in the district. I mean, it's massive in its scope. And yet, you're not going to find a person who's an expert in construction, an expert in the planning and all the data that goes with that and all the municipal entanglements and safety and security. That's why in my estimation, we've had such a difficult time with that operations piece, because we're trying to group a whole bunch of things together. Whereas this is much more a school support operation focus, and you'll see it's very consistent across the state that you'll see things like this grouped together. And often you'll see like a chief facility officer in something like the capital operations. They're not transitioned together often. So those are, at a glance, all those departments. And there was a real specific reason why I went through every single department, because they're all here. And so it's very important that staff knows on this plan, no one is being fired. All of our staff have been renewed, and all of our staff are renewed in this method. That's why the departments are there, because I can't list every single employee, but I wanted to make sure that every employee knew they're accounted for. They're there. Everyone is there. And it's so important that we don't perpetuate, especially in any type of thoughts around an organization, that we don't for a minute think that are people that this could I lose my job? Could I be moved out? It's so important that people understand your contract's been renewed. Now, obviously, if a person, gets into trouble and they do something that for cause, that's a whole separate entity. But as a byproduct of this reorganization work, this is all done to not harm our staff in any way. Now, yes, it's true, there are some slight revisions and movement of, as you've seen in these departmental shaping to try to make us more aerodynamic, to try to do those things. It's not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. It's just to try to make sure that similarly grouped levels of work very logically are done. And to highlight, I wanted to kind of throw a mirror up in front of you. This is how a school is engineered. When you talk about chief strategic engagement in the school, that's your front office. It's also your parent engagement specialists. We've called them family involvement specialists. They've had various names over the years. It's all about reaching your families. When you talk about the chief performance, you're really talking about the principal, the APC, your school improvement plan, those type of roles that are all about, at the school level, what are our targets? What's our data wall say? All those things that are all about producing, that happens at the school, and they have to drive performance through it. So there's a clear linkage there. When you get down to the deputy superintendent and school development, whether that's our current executives in that structure or a supplemental concept of the superintendent concept, you're talking school administration. That's all about all those administration support systems that we want in place to help our administrators deal with the very difficult things they have to do to have processes, refine them, check to make sure they're working, and deal with all the unique situations that arise. When you talk about the Division of Teaching and Learning, you're talking about teachers. This is their wheelhouse. It's everything they need to do. And with the adding of the professional development, it's new teachers, experienced teachers. It's all the tools that are there to support their success every single day. A clear linkage with the school. When you get to the Division of Student Services, you're talking about all the specialized roles that really unpack all the unique issues that our students face, such as counselors. Counselors, you have to take the time to sit with students and provide that piece so they can really unpack their unique things that are interrupting their ability to be able to engage and access the higher levels they need. Teachers, ESE teachers, paraprofessionals, MTSS, I could go on and on. ESOL specialists, all the things that you have that address those specific areas, psychologists, social workers, all those elements are really through that student support apparatus. Again, a clear derivative of what happens in the schools. Transitioning to business services, bookkeepers. Bookkeepers are managing all those financial transactions. They are the one support staff that they live this world. It's a clear linkage. So if I'm a teacher and I know the bookkeeper, I know what business services does. I understand exactly their role because I know it's equivalent to the bookkeeper. Human resources, that's all about the principal secretary. That is the chief liaison for HR. Confidential, hiring, checking on the leave, all the pieces they have to do to ensure people get recertified, all the things they do. Who is it that actually manages that hiring process at the school level? It's the principal secretary. That's it. That is that role. The Information Systems Division, it's really two key roles. The information specialist, which takes information in a formal record and makes sure that it's reconciled appropriately within our digital record, as well as the tech support specialist, which everyone would acknowledge, the people who repair your projectors, make sure your internet's working, all the daily technologist functions that have to get carried out. That is your liaison with that information systems division. The capital operations, you're talking about the building supervisor. My door, it won't close. I can't get into my room, the key, I need help, my air conditioning is not blowing cold. All the things that a person in a school would want to have that is a capital nature, that is really that building supervisor's job. They are that liaison. They are the one to liaison with that particular division. And last but not least, when you get to your school support operations division, we know that kids can't learn if they're hungry. And our cafeteria manager has to run an operation in the black, but they have to make sure that they are doing it and providing good customer service. We need our kids, in order to learn, they have to be here every day on the bus. So that's where that transportation comes in. That's your bus ramp administrator or the clerk typist who's on the phone trying to track down where that bus is and all those pieces. The point being, this is trying to make our schools accessible. And I omitted one, the enterprise risk. You're really talking about your SRO, your security specialist, people who are really trying to mitigate any risk on your campus, really looking at that campus through safety issues or security related issues. And that's just, again, to just give you a quick way that this org chart is designed to mirror the school apparatus, to make us easier for schools to understand. The other thing this does is it allows us opportunities for succession, something that we struggled with in very specialized chief roles. Well, the problem with that is that you can always say, well, that candidate has this, but they don't have that. Yes, they have an understanding of the complexity of this side of the organization, but they lack this. What this attempts to do is to pull some of that expertise together. So looking at the two deputies, which are obvious opportunities there, is you're looking to say if they can really bring that effectiveness and thought leadership to specialized experts who house those individual divisions, then we might want to take that up to scale to the larger piece. Looking at chief performance, that's an excellent opportunity for someone who's driving results across the whole organization. In spite of the limited purview, they have a real opportunity to influence the development of processes across the district and to be making the district accountable to that strategic plan every single day, not just in an annual board presentation, but daily, and dashboards, real-time data to do it. That can happen, but it won't happen without intentional people who are focused on that work. And then at the bottom, you have these area superintendents. What we found, like when I was a teacher in Jacksonville, we had 7 regional superintendents. And what you found was that sometimes an individual region is leading the way. They're counteracting. They're finding a way to drive performance. And so this gives you an opportunity to have someone to not only have an opportunity internally for people who love that idea to see that they want to be a superintendent one day, whether it's here or somewhere. This gives them that opportunity to show that they are driving value in their specific community, and that allows you to do that and to have the opportunity for innovation as well, so you can highlight that performance. The other thing that it does, it allows you to start to compare across the state in a more apples to apples comparison. So if you're, let's say, the West Zone area superintendent, you might compare to Sarasota or St. John's and say we're not going to aggregate all of Lee County's piece and say, oh yeah, our district moved up a percentage point. But maybe in that one particular zone, they moved up 5 or 6, and you're comparing them to districts that are comparable from a demographic standpoint. That allows for those really unique comparisons within our district story to highlight opportunities and really celebrate tremendous successes. It also provides for other people externally to apply for those jobs as well. So let's think of a Dr. Cartwright or some of these other folks who came from smaller areas. They have an opportunity to apply for a small district, a zone that's 3 times potentially the one that they came from. And this is an excellent way, and that's why you find the superintendent or associate superintendent or deputy superintendent or area or region superintendent. When you go org chart after org chart after org chart all around the state, you're going to see that pop up. It's very intentional. We currently don't have that. This will allow us to attract and hopefully retain or advance people because that piece is being very carefully deployed in that respect. So we come to the end of the advantages and considerations. The best advantages that I would summarize are listed in front of you, but I would say, again, it starts with our schools. Let's not be a challenge for our schools to understand. Let's get us to a single page that isn't convoluted and difficult to understand and unpack, and lots of departments. Let's go with a logic that is replicated every day in our schoolhouse. The other advantage is I would never come back to you and say, give me more money to do this. We're going to reinvest $1.5 to $2 million back into our schools through this model. And we're going to do it without firing people. I led the way in operations by consolidating about $1 million before we even began this effort. And it was funny to see the look on budget staff staff. They said, we haven't seen this in a while, where someone actually came back and offered up $1 million to reinvest without firing someone. And I think that's really important. We have to find the savings within our organization, and that requires thinking differently, looking for strategic consolidations, looking to maximize where staff are. These are all things we have to do to be good stewards of our taxpayers' dollars. And we have a real opportunity with ESSER funds to supplement our work. So let's make sure we're being very intentional and thoughtful about how we consolidate our non-ESSER funds. This really is designed to increase organizational efficiency, as you can see based on the structure. It's also to create better accountability. So it's not when a school does well, they get the credit and we get the credit, and when the school does poorly, it's just on them. It's on all of us. And I think this drives that type of mutual reciprocal accountability throughout the organization. It helps us with succession planning, as I stated there, as well as it's, I would say one thing I look forward to looking at, as I've highlighted many times through this, that These specialized roles need the best level of compensation, which means we want to make sure that when people are being positioned in these roles, they're being appropriately compensated at the same time. The other piece is, of course, it augments our engagement with our stakeholders. So important that we continue to really try even more to connect with every single person who this school district influences, business, community, government, all of it. It needs to happen, and that's a real priority. The biggest challenge is, of course, any transition is difficult, but it's a deviation from the status quo. So those are those pieces. Now we're at the point where next steps of today, I'm going to clarify what the ask is today, and then I'm going to take any questions you have, and I can go to any part of the structure that you'd like. But I know we've done individual briefings. We had a chance to kind of talk through some of those issues. But let's just kind of reiterate today, what I'm not asking for is for us to approve the org chart. I'm not asking for us to approve where the departments are listed. I'm not asking for that today. I'm showing you how we arrived where we are structurally, but I'm not asking for that. What I am asking for, and what will be on the action meeting this evening, is the opportunity to reposition 5 of our key upper-level staff. Now, the reason why I have the upper-level staff and also all these departments listed is because in this structure, it's really looking at the top of the organization and the staff level of the organization. The only view for the staff is just so that the staff know they're all accounted for. None of them are being fired. No departments disappeared. It's all there. Everyone is accounted for, and they are there, and they're safe. That's important that staff know they're safe. They're not being fired. The top of the organization is so important because as you make those adjustments towards a structure like this, you need to involve those people in helping to fine-tune and move. If you could see through the months how many of these things have adapted and changed and repositioned, that is a lot of work. But I need the chiefs that are currently in chief roles to help smooth out the finer points of this piece. And I want to engage them and allow them that flexibility to impact that in their own way as well. But I don't want to waste any bit of their time, and many of them have already done a lot of that work, but I don't want to waste even another minute of their time if the board isn't behind this effort. And so that's really the key piece today, is to receive board consensus that this is a meaningful body of work that you would like us to continue with or not. And just to bring the awareness, you don't have to vote today on the action. That will be at the action meeting this evening about the 4 positions and the 5 impacted senior staff. But this is really just to get your feedback on this and whether or not you are feeling good about this as a governance team. So I will turn it now to you to answer any question you may have.
Okay, and thank you very much, Dr. Savage. That was lots and lots of great information, very well organized, very clearly spoken, and reflective of a lot of research as well. So, and I kind of messed up yesterday thinking we had a 1 o'clock meeting yesterday from the morning, but we do have a meeting at 5:05, and we have at least another hour today. What I'm going to do is have each of you think of one pressing question or comment, and we'll limit it to no more 3 minutes, no more than 4 minutes, so that we can stay on schedule. So, Mrs. Fisher, do you have, who has a question or comment ready right now? And I have the clock ready to go. Mrs. Morgan.
So the positives are, I get the enterprise risk, I get the strategic engagement officer, I get the performance officer, and I get enterprise risk. I also, for the most part, get the academic proposals. I don't get the business ops at all. What this plan tells me is that you understand academics, but you don't understand the business of education. I am stunned that you refer to the information and technology group as basically support staff for the schools. CIO at a Fortune 500 company is a critical role. It supports every aspect of the operation. It does not belong with someone who has absolutely no experience whatsoever with the function. And to say that you're saving 22 million versus the 40 million that was saved by the technology division is just, it doesn't compute. I don't understand why a listening tour is taking place after this is being put in place. It makes no sense to me. I do understand the academic part. I understand the business operations supporting academics, but I think with respect to the human resources and the technology, this is way off base, and I'm not prepared to move forward with that aspect of it. And those are my comments. Under 3 minutes.
Yes. And so, Dr. Savage, do you have a response?
Yes, and I apologize if it came off that I was reducing them. I would just say that all of our business areas do support the operation of our business, whether it's all the financial transactions that occur daily, whether it's human resource transactions. But the information piece, just to highlight, these are some of the key functions that happen every day. Information specialists keying information manually, reconciling digital records, and the tech support specialists who contrast. I'm not trying to delegitimize that contribution. They make sure things work. They make sure the network works. They make sure pieces are thoughtfully deployed. It's not to delegitimize that that's one task is below the other. It's to say that those are critical functions that are serviced by that division. So I think it's phenomenal. I would think the thought level leadership, the contrast you mentioned of a Fortune 500 company, well, we're not a Fortune 500 company. And in fact, we don't have the analytical development that one would expect. If we were in fact making those types of forms, then we wouldn't even be talking about the performance management side of this. I think that's the clear gap that I had as a principal, and quite frankly, I was horrified that I had to do all my own data analysis, and I did my entire career here. So it's never really been effective, and I would say it's really not better than it was then in my current estimation. So respectfully, we'll just have to disagree on that piece.
Go ahead, Ms. Morgan, if you want to.
I have nothing more. He respectfully disagrees. That's fine.
Okay. Who else is ready with a question or comment? Okay, Mrs. Gittens.
I wanted to wait till last, but I guess. Anyway, okay, my points are this. First of all, the Enterprise Risk Division is something that I have dreamed that we would have eventually, because risk management is something that is so critical to this organization. We need that level of expertise and eyes on helping us to not get to where we so often are, which is legal issues, et cetera, et cetera. So before we stub our toe, before we have to hire outside attorneys and all that, looking at what is the risk of doing this. If you do this, this is going to happen. You do this, this is going to happen. And not telling us we must, but laying it out there so that you can see clearly what decisions to make and not just jumping forward and making a decision. So I am extremely excited about the enterprise piece. I'm excited about that part as well, because I also have seen that vision of putting professional standards and insurance safety and audit and all of that together, because it's like you mentioned, similar groupings, and I think that's what I like about it, is putting similar groupings together so they can, iron sharpens iron, and if you have officers and people, like the chief and all of that, they can talk about, well, if you do this, this may happen. And anything that can keep us out of so much scrutiny and hot water, I'm all for. The other thing that I really like is the area superintendents. I was a teacher when we had that concept before, and the great thing about it, and that would be good for all of us, is that you do have that level of leader that knows exactly what is needed. It doesn't, automatically fall on the board member that is representing that area to speak up about this particular issue. There is someone that we can partner with and go to and say, look, this is what is happening in this situation. How can we fix it for students? And they then, being close to what's going on in the district and all of that, can, help come up with some answers. I mean, even like with the portables, my thought would be if we had these area superintendents in place, we wouldn't get to the point where we have to spend $200,000 to fix portables, because they would be seeing them on a daily basis and see when we need to fix this. It would be like having your oil light come on and say, we need to change the oil now. So that I am ecstatic about. I think it was an excellent plan when we had it before. And like I said, being in a school at the time, I saw how it did work. The principals, the teachers, everyone had someone to go to at an intermediate level, because everybody can't go to the superintendent, but they can go to their area person. On slide 6, I'm getting there. Okay, on slide, you cut me off yesterday, I get an extra minute. So
It didn't work that way.
Slide 6, and I think you covered this when you said there's no additional funding required or whatever, but the numbers of staff, the FTEs that are on this slide, they are all current and just reconfigured? And are most of them in those areas already?
Yes, these are exactly as these were pulled out of the tentative budget, the one that was just posted. I went in and made sure that the department numbers with some of the smoothing that would happen. Now, again, these are not take it to the bank. We're doing all these pieces. This is just, again, clay, but it's clay to give you a sense of the scale of the various different staff sizes and the work that's being carried out. It's really to help that effort, but those are real numbers derived from this year's tentative budget that was just put forward.
Okay,
And I'm sorry, we're going to have to move on. Who else has a question or comment ready at this point? Ms. Jordan, questions, comments? I'm just going to go down the row, so be
Sure,
ready.
thanks. I was hoping to see the job descriptions regarding these positions that we want to change, which we do not have those job descriptions posted here. But then also, I definitely agree with the enterprise risk, because that's something I think that risk management is always a high priority, and that's something that's really important. And I do see what Ms. Morgan says, as far as the information system specialists, you are looking at it from a school point, what they're doing at the school, not what's taking place here at the district. When I think of that, I'm thinking of what Mr. Davis and his team has done here, and the protection and everything else that goes along with that. I mean, that is something that is way beyond just what is mentioned here. So I think that, and I can relate to what she said, because that's the first thing I thought about too when you said that, because I wrote that down. I wrote Trey. So to me, it was like, that just did not click right, because we know it's so much more here in the district. And for somebody who, you would hope that someone was leading that definitely understood the safety and the protection that creates for the district. Because if we don't have that, we are in some trouble. Because anybody could access us. So that, and then there was just a few things that I had seen that had changed after we had all spoken to today. So we'll see.
Well, if I may respond.
Please.
So yeah, and the things would continue to change. They've changed from week to week, just as we take feedback and continue to move with it. I would say with the information systems piece, definitely agree with what you've said. I mean, the last 2 years, I've worked as a fellow chief. I see very clearly the power that has in apparatus. What I would say though is, I would feel similarly about the finance side. You know, we're not in any way devaluing. Here's really the only change for information systems. The department that Mr. Davis had recommended would move to a performance core that was his recommendation. And the second piece of it is, the only big distinction that I think has some controversy associated, instead of it being a direct report to the superintendent, it's a direct report to the deputy superintendent. And so I guess I fail to understand how a person who is trying to look across the entire organization, why that would be the biggest issue when that's the only substantive change at all, is reporting to a particular person. Again, as I mentioned, Scott Rickenbach being an example. The more reports we have go directly to the superintendent, that's a lot more people, and when you keep adding to those numbers, and then that adds to the bureaucracy. While this is set up this way, it is very much designed to consolidate so that everyone's on the same page, and there isn't that particular piece. All these support, like, the business services, they do a $2 billion budget every year. They manage transactions across every department every day.
Dr. Savage, I'm not speaking, and I'm not trying to cut you off, but that position was a direct report to the superintendent as a chief. Okay, because of the fact of the security, mainly, I think because of security. So who better to have it directly to that one individual, you, or whoever that is. So that's a direct report to you. And so I think that's what it was. And then I know that we added the legal, which we said this is just preliminary. So that's another thing. And then moving the diversity there as well, when that was actually reporting to the superintendent.
Yes, that one still does report to the superintendent, as it does currently. It's just listed there. That still reports to the superintendent. And again, just on the information piece, just again, many org charts throughout the whole rest of the state often do not have that role reporting directly to the superintendent. They are nested within an operations area. They're nested in those areas. Now, that's, again, matter of philosophy. But certainly it is a very common thing. Now, in the Fortune 500 realm, yes, you would see a very different potential configuration because of all that information side of it, really making decisions, analysis, that type of thing. That's just not the case right now. That's just not happening at this current time.
Okay, so if we could move to Mrs. Patrica.
So I'm disappointed that we only have 40 minutes because this is obviously a much larger conversation, a much longer conversation. I am not going to have time to get through all of my questions. So when you cut me off, I will make a note.
Okay,
Excuse me, I was speaking.
I
will make a note.
I need to correct something on this. I didn't set this program, okay? So the reason I'm cutting people off, and I apologize for that, is the fact that we do have other meetings, and if the vice chair were the person in charge, I might have configured this differently. I apologize for cutting you off, and I'm resetting your time, and ask your most pertinent question, please.
I will make a note where you cut me off, and then I will finish my comments during my board member comments at the end of the meeting.
That'll work.
So I've asked for data. I sent a list of questions to Dr. Savage on July 13th. I've not received any responses. I'm told that some of these questions will take too long to answer because they'll require more than an hour and a half to compile. I'm not clear on why the data is not driving these decisions. Why isn't this data at our fingertips, ready to share, easily shared with all members of the board? Data should drive our decision making, not be gathered later in order to justify changes that are being proposed. And you've said repeatedly, things will continue to change. I would love, love, love to be in a position where you present us with a final plan based on data and ask for buy-in for that. What are the overhead implications here? I know that additional positions will be necessary as we enter into phase 2, like coordinators, for example. These deputy superintendents are going to need some kind of support. How does the budget we will hear tonight at 5:05 compare to the budget that will be necessary to implement these changes? Has a market rate analysis been done for these new positions that you are proposing tonight? What are the names associated with these positions? It seems a little bit backwards to me. You've created job descriptions with specific names of people in mind for those positions, whereas really you should be writing a job description and then determining who inside or outside the organization has the best skill set to perform the functions required by the job description. What role did HR play in the writing of these job descriptions? I've been told repeatedly that people wrote their own job descriptions. That's really not an acceptable method in any industry, whether it be education or Fortune 500. Why is IT under business ops? It seems backwards to me. It needs to be an organizational driver. It has to be recognized at the highest levels of any organization. Relegating it to operations transforms it from an organizational driver of change, security, and efficiency to a status quo cost savings department within the larger organization. What resources will be needed in order to make this plan work? At what size does the zone superintendent position become efficient? You mentioned some districts in Florida across the country who utilize similar structures, but that's really anecdotal. Where is the analysis? What are the pros and cons? Where are the efficiencies in this plan? How are we addressing legal and financial risk? Where are the gains in this plan? Why is this beneficial? Who is in charge of operations? Not just if we approve the reorg, but right now, today, as we sit here. I'm a little bit concerned about perception and ability to recruit in the future. We've talked about IT, and this is not a Fortune 500 company, but had we not had a chief position available, we would not have gotten what, in my opinion, is one of the best members of this leadership team. So how do these positions, how do these new positions position us as an organization to recruit in the future and to retain the talent that we already have? Upon what data or plan or plans is this proposal based? Where is the coordinator superintendent's office on this chart? Where does legal services fall in this plan? You know, you have it up there, but I'm really confused about legal services. I really have no idea what the direction of that is for this organization. So I'm not clear on what that structure will look like. So if we have lack of clarity for that structure, how does that fit into the larger structure? How can
one more thing.
How can we approve, I just talked about that. What measurable outcome will be achieved by moving a person from chief of staff to the newly created chief strategic engagement officer? What measurable outcome will be achieved by moving someone from chief of HR to the newly created chief performance officer?
Okay, Ms.
I would like an answer to that question for each of the newly proposed positions.
Okay, Ms.
I will make a
Patrica,
note there, and I will finish at the end.
Okay. Obviously, we're going to move on. There's a lot of questions. I hope you, I'm just going to comment that they're all very legitimate questions that Ms. Patrica proposed, but I just want to remind you on the board that what Dr. Savage said about the legal system not being fleshed out today, and coordinators and et cetera. So hopefully we can keep to the specific questions for Dr. Savage's ask. Okay, I mean, we have to get everything else settled, but he did have some specific asks. Okay, Mrs. Giovanelli.
Okay. I'm not going to go as long as some others have. So I appreciate and respect the fact that you've identified that we need change. So I'm not going to go through a list of and telling you how to do your job. That we've obviously supported you in that. I'm going to I would like to support you, but there's a lot of things it's difficult to support some things that I think is not going to be meaningful change. I think change is needed, and I agree with you. I've listened to many employees, and I understand they want change too. And the change really starts, honestly, up here at this board. So we need to support our superintendent that we put you in this position, just like I support our President of the United States, even though I might not have completely agreed with some of his ideologies. But I do support him, and I'm going to continue to support you as well. But I believe some of these changes are just a shell game. People have called it Game of Thrones, and I kind of agree. I think that's what's happened for many years. They move people around because they need to, not because they earned it or deserved it or qualified. So I struggle with people being qualified in the move. I understand that you're trying to do what's best for all the employees because they were already contracted in. So your hands were tied. So it's unfortunate, but this board allowed for that. So they're going to have a hard time allowing for change as well, because they really don't want change. Because if they did, they would allow for change. And they would support that, and let's see what happens with changes that are direly needed. I speak to people every day. I came in today, I got a letter, and I don't know, hopefully I won't run out of time, but this is a private letter that's now going to be public record. This letter was written to request for help at a high school. I'm not going to say the school. It's failing due to the leadership of the principal. Please pay attention to the staff turnover, and I can assure you the majority of the staff have left due to the dissatisfaction with their current administration. Please pay attention to the school choice requests. Please pay attention to the test scores. These are all facts backed by data. And the morale and the respect and happiness of the staff is unmeasurable by the data and is measured by that. They're miserable. And it's all to do to the administration. This is something that radiates pretty much throughout the district, not at just high school level. It's at elementary level. It's at middle school level. And I thank you, Dr. Savage, for recognizing the changes needed. Whether I think it's the right change, I'm not so sure. But if we continue to keep people in positions that does damage and harm to our district and our employees, we are all guilty of it. And I am not going to participate in that at all. And I will tell that to every single employee. I am here for you. And if you are unhappy, please come to me. Please write me the letters. Continue to do what you're doing. Right now we have a huge issue in transportation that needs to be identified, and we need to identify it. And I am not going to sit back like maintenance was, where the employees finally leave. And they get because they lost their job, because they retaliated, because they came forward as a whistleblower. And they were whistleblowers. Yes, I'm upset, and I apologize for the way this sounds and how it comes across. But every employee out there is responsible for this. The morale of this district is unmeasurable. The data is there for that.
Okay, Ms. Giovanelli,
I'm sorry, and I can't apologize because I have been a product of how our employees have been treated. So I get it. Thank you for that.
Okay. Ms. Giovanelli, thank you, and I understand.
I am here for you, employees. Come to me, continue. I will not stop fighting.
Thank you,
regardless if there's ethics violations that people like to bring forward.
Ms. Giovanelli, thank you.
Fake ones at that.
Ms. Fisher.
Thank you. So when Superintendent Atkins retired, we advertised for an interim superintendent to help us transition with the board and the governance team, healing, team building, communication, staff involvement in decision-making and the treatment of staff, filling vacant positions, and working on assignment adjustments. My first, my one-on-one meeting, when I first saw the original organizational chart, I had some notes here. So I put down some pluses, some deltas, and some question marks. I'd like to share those with everyone. So your passion as a leader, you're telling me about your servant leadership, your emotion and excitement about being at the helm. Then I had the question mark, the communication. The listening was not there. The talking was there, the listening was not there. Then I had question mark, experience. Is he ready for this? My deltas were, the chart is premature. There's some double changes. Did we consult with others? And the message at the table that day was, no, not everybody was on board and not everybody was happy with it. So I put down another delta was, I sense a danger in losing human capital. We've already lost some human capital. I'm concerned about that. I recently watched a movie on Netflix and it said, good on paper. So yeah, this looks pretty good on paper. The only thing is I haven't been able to elicit the real explanation and the depth of this. We haven't filled the vacant positions. We have people at the school still wondering about what to do with their school auditing and stuff. We have reactions from people which indicate to me that we don't have a lot of buy-in for this at this particular time. We can change the name of school development to area superintendent, and maybe they're going to check out portables, I don't know. But it's still the same job, and those people have been working hard in that department. I know they have. And yes, it's very hard to control the behavior of individual leaders. Some of our leaders are not leaders. They have not been prepared. They're not ready. And they just don't have the appropriate people skills. So at this point in time, and I have researched some of the other districts, so at this point in time, I just want to say that I feel the timing is difficult and that I can't support moving forward with this. And then also with those job changes and job descriptions. I haven't seen the job descriptions yet. I did hear that they were written by certain people, but I see that there are no names on here now. So I'm kind of in a wait-and-see mode. I can't support this at this particular time. I need more information.
Okay, and thank you, Ms. Fisher. So, and I apologize for that ringer going off. I don't know where that came from. All right, that leaves my commentary. And change is very difficult. Although I've lived in Lee County for 16 years, I don't feel a part of the culture of Lee County. When I was running for school board, one of the things that I campaigned on, and I won countywide by over 120,000 votes, was change. And one of the things that I just spontaneously said at that time that got a big hand was, this ain't your grandpa's Lee County. Now, as a school board, we can sit here and we can retain your grandpa's Lee County. I personally don't want to do that, but I am just one of 7. I have seen things in this district, and remember, I've been a teacher, I've been a leader, not an administrator, but a teacher leader in a large school district in Texas where things operated very differently. What I have observed since I've been here is power is important. We say that it's our children. I'm going to tell you one thing, whether you all are ready for this change or not, I am, and I don't see a superintendent, and Dr. Savage is a superintendent, although we have chosen him as an interim. His position is going to last for 6 to 9 months at least, and are we supposed to just stop everything? When Dr. Atkins left, I will remind you that Dr. Savage inherited lots of unfilled positions. So don't put that on this administration. Secondly, what I'm going to say is, if you look at power, where should the power be? Centralized in this building? Or should we, instead of talking about power and how each of us can go out in the community and know people, I don't care about knowing the big people in the county. Let's talk about knowing the individuals, knowing the parents, knowing the kids. Let's empower the schools, the principals, and dear to my heart, let's empower the teachers. I personally love the idea of the vertical teaming. Ms. Gittens mentioned how it worked in the past. I've seen it work in the district that I was in for 24 years in Texas, where, and I think probably 4 areas or zones would work best. The vertical alignment, we don't have that. We don't have consistency. We don't have, I don't care what you guys say, I don't feel that we have truly the best people in some of these roles. And I want to see change. So I will support this, and I will remind everybody, my time's up, I will remind everybody that what our superintendent, not the interim, our superintendent, that many of us who have been through FSBA training, and some of us are president of, are supposed to support, one of us is supposed to support. I will be supporting this. Okay, I'm going to give Dr. Savage a few minutes to repeat what his ask is, and then we need to move on to the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Vaughn. Just really appreciate all the comments that have been made from each person, from your perspective. Really just greatly appreciate all of the feedback, both constructive as well as the complimentary about these aspects. I think one of the things just to highlight for the whole group, you know, we all have our own conceptions, our own perceptions about a lot of things. And for me, I've really tried to ground that this role is not about me. It's not about, you know, me alone and what I think is best. It's not about what you think is best as an individual. It's not about what a chief thinks is best for their own unique situation. You know, I was never more confronted than when I was greeting all those new teachers to our school. People who were new to our area. I had former students of mine driving up in cars that are now teachers. I had teachers that had left the profession that were now back in the profession, one of which was a highly effective language arts teacher. I had people who'd moved from all over the country to be here. I was so grateful for them because that's ultimately who I'm here for, those people. That's who it's for. And I will tell you, I have so much work to do to improve to be the best leader I can be, but that's who I'm doing it for. I'm not doing it for senior leaders and their personal conceptions about themselves and their situation. I'm not doing it for them because my job as a superintendent is to be chief servant. And that's really what I expect to see of every other person, serving our customers, our stakeholders. It's not about my own individual conception. I abuse that role to try to get access to different people so I can share my perspective. It's about the people I'm here to serve. That's why I did this. That's why I'm an interim, because I grew up here, because I know those students because they were my students. I know those staff members, including a paraprofessional who worked for 10 years to get her bachelor's degree so she can now teach. That's who I'm doing this for. I know leaders and principals all across our schools. I know workers across our schools. That's what this is for. So when I'm doing this, and to be quite honest, it is a real challenge to be in this type of position because I know that some of the board made it very clear they did not want anything to change at all. They wanted it to be exactly like it is. And I had to be brave and say, that's not my conception. And don't pick me if you want me to come in here and just occupy a seat and collect dust. I went here because the people who are out in our schools deserve to have the best district. And I am here to serve them. And that's why I wanted the interim, because there's a pressure to keep the job when you're a permanent. When you're an interim, you can really focus on who you're there to serve, and that's who I'm here to serve. Our children, their families, the people working in our schools, that's who I'm here for. So the ask today is just to get your consensus as a group. Is this a conversation worth happening? As I think it was Ms. Patrica said she wants a final plan based on data. That's right. That's the intention, is at the end we would propose a final plan with data, financial impact, everything. Yeah, I really want to know, is this a conversation worth having? And that's what today was, the beginning of this conversation, or not. If you're not ready to have this conversation, if it is simply not the right time, that is your decision also. I work, 4 of you come to an agreement on something, that is marching orders for me, and I respect that. So if I'm off base and this is not what we need to do and we just need to maintain, and that's what you tell me, then I will take that direction. I will still have to, I'm obligated to serve, and I will continue to try to do that with that understanding that you're telling me you're not supportive of that. But that's why I'm here today, to get that consensus. And again, it's not binding. It's just to give me a sense of, is this a meaningful conversation that we want to continue or not? You'll have your opportunity to vote tonight on the binding action about the 5 staff members in those 4 positions. But this is really just about this body of work. Continue, slow down, or just not have this conversation, and I won't bring it up again if that's the will of the board.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break. When we get back, we're going to have a presentation on accreditation for safety and security. So those people who are presenting on that, Mr. Newland, you and whoever else, if you would get set up, so as soon as we come back at 3 o'clock, that you're ready to go. Appreciate that.
Ms. Vaughn.
Thank you. Yes,
So, about the plan?
we can do that afterward. We need to finish this business.
I think we should. I mean, I don't think we should stop here.
Let's have a 5-minute break, and
Okay.
we will come back, and we'll see how much time we have. 5-minute break.
No, he didn't know you. Now they're on. Now
Oh.
they're on. He didn't know you were ready to start.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he turned on the lights and we're ready. I'm just anxious to get the show on the road because we have so much business to do. Anyway, what I started to say is we do need to finish the business of this meeting with Mr. Newland, and then we have Mr. Rickenbacker with capital project update. And what I would like to do is then right after that, go to the public comment and then come back for a board discussion. And I wish we had more time, but at that point, we can take a look at how everybody, I think we got a pretty good idea of how people were feeling, but we can take a look at how people are feeling about the superintendent's ask for tonight. And board members, are we okay with that, to hear the public comments and then come back at the end to have a conversation? Let me see if we're, yeah, Ms.
I believe
Patrick.
that violates policy.
Well, that's,
Comment has to come at the end of the meeting. So in order for us to violate our own policy, we need to vote to do so, and we can't do that in a briefing.
all right,
So
so,
excuse me, I think what Ms. Vaughn was asking is that we move forward, and I want to make sure that I'm correct in what you're saying, Ms. Vaughn. You want to table any further discussions with regards to the reorganization. You want to move forward with the operations section of the agenda?
right, the two presentations that we still need, hear what the public has to say, and then at the
Well,
end.
I just want to know in terms of the order what you want to do. And then after the operations, then you want to go to public comment. Is that what you're saying?
After the two presentations, because I'd like to hear what, we have at least a few people here that might want to weigh in, and I think that it behooves us as a board to listen to that. I thought that perhaps I had that prerogative to change that, but obviously if it's going to break policy or a problem, and I know we can't do a vote, we can only do a consensus. So, Mrs. Dupree-Bruno, what say you?
So if we're going to have public comment at the end of the meeting, it is not a policy violation, but I think what you're asking is that we continue on with the discussion after that public
After we hear what the public has to say.
Okay.
Is that a problem? Is it a problem with, let's just see,
Can I?
for who, which board members feel like that's a problem to reverse it, since we can't do a formal
May I
vote?
ask a
Yes.
question? Okay, so my understanding of what you're trying to do is finish off the rest of the meeting.
Yes.
Have public comment, which is where it goes.
Right.
And then we have discussion. Well, at that time, it's time for our board comments anyway, so if that is considered a discussion, then that's the discussion. Everyone gets to say something at that point. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't see where we're changing policy or protocol. And let me add, in the last couple of months, there have been times that we have said, let's listen to the public prior to doing something. So if that's the case, then
So
we've
if we
broken
can,
policy.
yeah, I actually had thought about that, except in, typically, we don't respond to one another, but we can just leave it to an opportunity for another opportunity to speak.
Do it during the board member comments, and we have public comment at the end, and you finish the agenda. There's no policy violation. We've done that in the
Okay, well,
past.
let's just do it that way, and we may bend things a little when it's board member comment to be able to maybe respond or even ask Dr. Savage if we have a question. So at this time, we have a presentation on accreditation for safety and security. And this is our Executive Director of Safety, Security, and Emergency Management, Mr. David Newland. Mr. Newland, thank you for your patience.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you again, our school board members, our superintendent, Dr. Savage, for allowing me to be here today that talk to you about accreditation for campus security for the Lee County School District. Prior to today, I did supply some backup and executive summary to give you a little bit of a background about what CALEA is, the history of it, and what the purpose is. But for everybody here today, I'm going to go over a little bit of history as well, right, again, to explain what CALEA is and how it got started. CALEA is the Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement. This organization was created back in 1979, and it was an independent credentialing authority to establish a body of professional standards to develop a accreditation process to administer as an initially credentialing program. This association is made up of a commission of 21 executive staff members of a broad range of public safety professional experiences, from public to private and to academic experience. Over time, they serve as a term on the commission, and again, this is an independent authority that was developed originally from 4 major executive police executive divisions, including International Police of Chiefs, PERF, which is the Police Executive Research Forum. The success of the accreditation program is all related to public safety disciplines, and over the years, the program has evolved, where it originally started as law enforcement, public safety, and then it went to communications, public safety training academy, and now campus security. The accreditation process over the years has changed, where now many colleges and universities have become accredited, and in 2010, the Commission approved an additional standard that applied only to campus law enforcement agencies. At that same time, due to what we've been seeing nationally, the Commission developed a separate new accreditation program for campus security agencies. This program is designed for agencies and departments that primarily employ your non-sworn security staff, which in this case would be more conducive to the school district of Lee County. Now, when you see this picture I have here, this kind of gives you an idea, again, ask the question, why did we become accredited? The reason I show this picture is to give you a view that almost every state's been affected nationally of what we've been seeing for school active assailants, school violence, and how can we address this when trying to find that balance between security and education and best practices. And one of the things through accreditation, looking at nationally being accredited versus, and as you know, some states have their own accreditation, then you have a national accreditation, which is CALEA. And I can tell you from my own personal experience of being accredited at my old department, and also I've been an assessor with CALEA for over 15 years. So I've traveled throughout the United States helping other departments be accredited, and I've seen when you exchange information, you get these best practices, because it's not just about us here in this one location in Lee County or even in Florida. This is nationwide. So this gives you a chance to really look at best practices as a nation. What's the best thing we can possibly do to be prepared for our students, our community, and our staff? So one of the things I talk about here is when you look at Lee County School District, because this is a newer program that was initially started with accreditation, we would be the first in Florida. Actually, would be the third in the United States and largest organization in the nation that would be moving towards accreditation for campus security. This proven management model, once implemented, really presents the CEO or superintendent with a blueprint that promotes the efficient use of resources and improves service delivery, regardless of the size, location, or even the responsibilities of that agency. The process requires the agency to develop a comprehensive, uniform set of operational goals, but while also providing direction to their personnel. This directive helps prepare the program or the agency to have things put in place to be ready for natural or man-made type critical incidents. The accreditation can limit the agency's liability and risk exposure because it demonstrates that internationally recognized standards for campus security have been met, as verified by a team of independent outside CALEA-trained assessors. So what does that mean? If we go forward with the accreditation process, there's an initial accreditation process that we have to first meet. And I'll get more into that later into the presentation. When we do that, beyond having to develop a set of practices and standards that are standardized amongst the school district. But these are also, we have to show proofs, these are actually, we are in compliance with these standards. And every year, they send assessors to review these proofs to make sure we are in compliance. And this gives us direction. Are we in the right where we should be? Do we need to improve? Again, as we move forward, the great thing about being nationally accredited, as things change, and they do nationwide, we are ahead of the game. We are leading. We are not following. So again, for national best practices, the school district it shows we're putting campus and safety and security number one as a priority, which we do already, but what we're showing to the public is transparency, accountability. We're showing that we have an outside entity come in here every year to review our practices and standards to make sure we are in compliance. Outside the legislative or statute that we are currently following right now within Florida, but those are now applied into policies and procedures on a best practice level nationwide. Again, these are always vetted every year. And there's two programs. So we look at accreditation for CALIA. They have a Tier 1, which is compliance with 148 standards. And then you have a more advanced program that's composed of 288 standards. Now what that means is, what I would recommend with approval from the board is that we would start with a Tier 1 program. Get compliance with that initial program when we receive our initial accreditation, and then it starts a 4-year cycle to get reaccredited. At that point, based on how we were at that point, it's like looking at like a report card. If we're doing very well, I would recommend that we move forward in an advanced tier, advanced program to meet that compliance. And this never stops. Accreditation is a 4-year cycle from the point you start to the point you get reaccredited and you start over again. So it's continuous. So what's the return on investment? Some of the things we can look at is as an audit for the agency. We are continuously looking at the organization and how we're doing. How can we improve? Where we need to apply at? Where are we doing great things at, but where are things we falter at? Management model for administration and operations. It decreases exposure of liability and risk. When an outside knows that you're a credited agency with best practices, it definitely relieves the liability on that organization because they know you're following best practices. When they look for policies and standards that are district-wide, it's hard to argue that. We're a device for organizational change and employee involvement strategy. So this involves all the employees. You may be asking yourself, why were we the only ones, the first ones in Florida to be accredited? Well, number one, it's a newer program. And number two, if you don't have support from the top down, you will not be successful. You need the support from the top down. I've seen it many times where you don't have that, and it sets the agency to fail. Number two, it's a lot of work. It's a sacrifice or a dedication for that organization to make sure somebody's always maintaining accreditation procedures. Again, it never stops, but it's hard work. So as soon as you get awarded accreditation, the next day you're back at it again. It never stops. So again, as I mentioned before, some of the clear requirements, again, with this, as we prepare the program to move forward in a Tier 1, which I mentioned is the first step forward, is to work on those directives. Write those policies, show the proof they're in compliance. Some are time sensitive and some are not. Again, this does limit the liability and risk exposure. This facilitates stakeholder relationships, organizational accountability and transparency, professional excellence, and campus safety and security through personnel training. This gives you a little bit of an idea of what that flow chart looks like when you start the accreditation process to when you get to achieve accreditation and you start over again. So let's say tomorrow we start the process, we agree, let's move forward. We sign the contract with CALIA, we move forward, we start putting together the standards and policies that are required, and they give you a certain time frame, up to 2 years, to make sure we're in compliance, get all those policies in place, show proofs. Once we receive that, then we ask for a review, and they conduct an assessment at our organization. They come here in person, they interview a lot of our employees, they go through files, they look at our policies and proofs, they hold a public hearing, they listen to the public, they want to find out how are we doing. And then once that's done, they make a recommendation to the commission. We, a set group of people from this organization will go to that commission, and it'll be up to that commission to whether they grant us accreditation or not. If they do, then that starts the process all over again for the 4-year cycle. So this gives you an idea what that looks like. As well, again, this shows you another view that this, as a wheel, again, it gives you the example this never stops. Now, part of it I want to mention is what's the cost look like on this? Well, number one, we looked at the cost of this, and we looked at Title IV funds, which are going to cover the cost of this program. So, for example, the first initial contract cost to start the program is $12,515, and that's to sign the contract with CALEA for the accreditation process. Part of that, you get a program called Power DMS. Power DMS is a software web-based program that all the policies are monitored on. So all your policies and proofs are put onto a web-based program for everybody to see. And it helps the assessors go in that program to verify you're in compliance. So they can do it off-site on the first couple of years, but in that 4th year, again, they come on-site to do the inspection. Their annual free fees after that are $4,100 after that. The only other cost beyond that is an annual consultant position that we would recommend that we would need to bring on board, a consultant that we would contract out with, at estimated $65,000 a year. Again, putting this towards Title IV funds, and that person would come in, and they administer the creation process for the organization, data collection, reporting, develop policies. They put the whole process together for this program, and that's so key to this to be successful. You need somebody on this full time, so this we would contract again with a consultant, bring them on board, and this, and again, we've looked into this, so right now we're looking to seek Title IV funds. I would bring this back to you, if approved, for that consultant contract later on. So then this again explains the Power DMS process I mentioned before, the purpose of it. I can tell you I've used it before. It's a great program for accreditation because it's web-based. You can put all your policies on here, your proofs on here, you can make edits on here, so it's very user-friendly for a process as for accreditation. Everything's in one location. And as I mentioned before, things to think about when you're accredited. And I say this a lot of times, and people ask me, well, what's the purpose of accreditation? And I think of it as a way, is the same reason I would say, well, why do you go to the accredited college, for example? If your child was sick, would you bring your child to an unaccredited hospital or an accredited hospital? You probably want to bring it to an accredited hospital because of best practices. When you look at that, it's the same thing for anywhere else. It mitigates liabilities, labor disputes, safety violations, regulatory fines and penalties. I've seen this happen. When you are accredited nationally and you have these things in place, it protects you from liability. Now, we'll look into this too as well. I want to bring up, I did talk to a couple other agencies nationwide that are school districts that are accredited. And I think I put that in part of the executive summary, but I want to mention one person I spoke to was a Rick Gilbert. He's a senior director of Milton Hershey School, and they've been accredited. And one of my curiosity in speaking with him is, have you seen benefits from getting accredited? What have you seen from this? And again, one of the main things I've heard from this is that the professionalism, the consistency, standardized procedures and processes, it really lays out the foundation and focus of where you're going and what direction you're going in. It's very clear. And the nice part about it is every year, when you have assessors come to the organization and review your policies and procedures, and then they make changes as we move forward, because we're always staying with best practices, and this is so key because it always changes. So we change with it. We're ahead of it. It's always good to forecast. The other agency I spoke to was the school district of Knoxville County School Division. Now, they are currently in the process. They are close to, last time I spoke to them, they are close to receiving accreditation. It's a hard process, but they already are seeing the benefits of being accredited. The standardized procedures was key. I hear from all of them that they see this across the board, that that everybody's doing the same thing, and that's so important. So one of the things I want to close with before I ask any questions is, again, accreditation for a school district security is so rare, as I mentioned. It's a new program, but I really believe let's do it now. Let's lead. Let's get ahead of it. Let others follow us. And the school district of Lee County would be the first in Florida, like I mentioned, third in the nation. And successful accreditation starts with a commitment from the governing board and the superintendent. And you have to have that to be successful. The quality and accountability are a priority with accreditation, and affirmation a mark of excellence. Being accredited shows our community we are working at a higher level and in an approved manner by following nationally recognized standards. The investment by the school district of Lee County is de minimis compared to the benefits of utilizing best practices, protecting our students and employees, and being a world-class school system for others to model. So I'll stand by for any questions you have, and again, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newland. And so questions and comments, board members? Okay, Mrs. Fisher.
I think Ms. Morgan had her.
Go ahead, she can just come down the...
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Newland, for this. I think campus security is primary concern for us. So is this CALIA, do they accredit school districts, or is it the school district's security agency?
It is the school district is recognized for it, but it's that portion of the school, that what we do with security and safety is what they give us the accreditation process on. And again, I'll say it's so important because they're trying to find that, as we all have talked about, that balance.
Okay. Thank you. That's my question.
Okay, Mrs. Morgan, and then Ms. Gittens. Okay.
The consultant, is that just the first year, the first time when you're starting up, or is that an ongoing cost?
That would be an ongoing cost. And that's, again, that's where we looked at Title IV funds to cover the cost of this. And again, I can tell you it's so important. You need somebody full-time, a consultant, a service, to make sure they're running that program so we don't fall behind. It's very important.
What's the difference between a consultant and an employee then?
Well, a consultant's a service. The employee, we're not paying anybody for, there's no benefits. It's not somebody we've hired. We're just hiring them for that service. There's no benefits.
So this is someone who is certified by CALIA?
Yes, that's correct. Somebody that has the background, that knows it very well, we can come right in and go right to it if we decide to do that.
Okay, well, that's my question. Then I would make a comment, and that is that you are one of the few people who provides an executive summary, which I think is terrific, and I very much appreciate it. It makes the PowerPoint presentation more focused and easier to make decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Gittens.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. And as I was listening, I reflected on looking at your slide number 10 and the superintendent's PowerPoint number 12. And let me just say, I'm not sure that, yes, you're number 12. The superintendent's, I'll get to that one second. I'm not sure I'm convinced of the cost factor right now. However, looking at slide 12 from the previous, that says Enterprise Risk Management Division, Professional Standards and Equity, Insurance, Safety and Security, Emergency, Internal Audit, Public Records. To me, this screams of a marriage, and that's why risk management is so important. I hope that my colleagues will not throw out the baby with the bathwater in this whole process and seriously look at the risk management piece of it, because when you look at the two side by side, it is interchangeable. And that, I think, is what we need to look at. First of all, is organizing ourselves to get in a position to even think about being certified. We are still, this piece is over here and this piece is over here. That's why I think we need to look at that first and then reconsider. And like I said, I'm not quite on board for the cost of it right now, and especially until we can solidify what it is we're doing and who's doing it. Looking at your list there, litigation, labor disputes, all of those types of things are risk management. So I could see that risk management piece with a dotted line to the legal, because that's what this is all about. So that's my comments right now. I think we may get there. I don't see it right at this moment until we iron out who's going to be there when we get there, so to speak. So.
Thank you.
Okay, other comments, questions, board? Okay, Mrs. Jordan.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. It was great. And I love the fact about consistency. So I believe that that's something that we always have to have. So if we have that throughout the county, it's always going to be better for all of us. Also, you had mentioned, and I lost it somewhere, about policy. Do they write the policies to keep us up on policies?
What they do is they supply a standard with a commentary that helps outline what that policy should say. Then we write the policy and they make sure that it meets those requirements.
Meets the state requirements or the requirements?
Well, it's a state, in other words, they include what we have to do already for the state, but they also include on a national level for best practice what we would add to that as a standard.
Perfect.
And a lot of times they'll include time-sensitive material to make sure we are in compliance. They can always check that to make sure are we following through the proper steps.
Great, great. Thank you.
Okay, other comments and questions for Mr. Newland? Ms. Patrica.
And this might illustrate a lack of understanding on my part, which is fine. We're self-insured, so we're not looking at savings on insurance premiums, so to speak, but I would assume that this would lead to savings in terms of claims for insurance going forward. It would be helpful when you bring this before the board for a vote to somehow try to estimate what that is. So that, I mean, you know, the cost is high. I don't think we can really put a cost on safety of our children and our staff. So that would be really the only piece that's missing for me, is if you can project what we're looking at in terms of savings there going forward. Otherwise, I support this, and I want you to know how good I feel having you in charge of the negotiations for SROs, because Cape Coral was like, between Cape Coral and Sheriff Marcino, I think we had the gold standard for SROs in Lee County. So I just, as an aside, wanted you to know how good I feel about that.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, and I think Ms. Giovanelli, you had a question or comment.
Thank you. Okay, so, you know, I agree with you. I think this is awesome, because you can't put a price on keeping our children safe, right? I mean, one incident and we've lost all that. So I appreciate that. My question is, are there any other programs or accreditation companies or, you know, anything else out there, or is this solely it to be accredited?
For this type of area, this is it. I mean, again, on a national level, I can only attest to their background because I've been involved with it for so many years, from the police department, seeing firsthand how they operate on a professional level. They have a CEO that runs the organization. And again, they're top notch, and I love the part about it because they have a set of experts on a panel that really keep you, again, with talking about things that are coming up, in the, forecasting and being ahead of it, and that's so important. And I can tell you from my own experience too that when an outside entity knows you're accredited, it really makes a big difference of releasing or reducing the liability, because they know you have that in place.
Thank you. And I did notice how your PowerPoint actually coincided with some of the superintendent's recommendations, and I actually think that is really important, and I appreciate it. I think you're on board with these changes, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
So I think that's all. I thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you.
Okay, other comments, questions?
Thank you.
Is that it? And I do like the concept of this. I'm going to make a guess that if we were to try to find an individual to come and work in the school district with this kind of, the kind of knowledge that is provided here, that we would really be hard pressed to find one individual.
Well, I've been looking, and I know a lot of people because I'm in that field, so I already have a few people in mind that are willing to come over already.
Oh, you do?
They are interested, they have the background.
Okay.
So as a consultant that have in that area, so I think it would, being in that field makes it a little bit easier, knowing, who has that experience.
Okay, so I guess I'm not understanding. We have to find our own consultant, or they provide a trained,
No, we have to we have to provide our own consultant.
okay.
Some agencies do it differently. Some may hire an accreditation manager. You can call it different things. Some can hire a consultant as a service to bring that person in to take care of those requirements, because you need somebody. Again, this is something that's got to be maintained. So either if you don't have somebody internally, you have the right person that can really run this and make sure this is successful.
Okay, yeah, somehow I missed that, but you're spiriting away. That I won't put words in your mouth, but you've already have a few people in mind that would have the kind of credentials that would work with this then.
Just trying to do my research to make sure if we do go that direction, we are prepared.
Okay, great. Yes, Ms. Giovanelli.
Which leads me to one question. So when you're saying consultant, that's on a temporary part-time basis, or is this going to be an actual advertised position?
We'd have to put it out there as a contract for a consultant, but it'd have to be on a continuous basis. You have to keep renewing that to continue that if we decide to go forward, because it's not a one-time thing. As I mentioned, to be successful, you need that in place all the time, or you will not be successful.
To be able to even get the accreditation, right?
Well, yeah, and just to maintain that level, it's a lot of work, and you need the right person in place that knows what they're doing to keep us, to make sure we are in compliance. It's very important.
Great, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
And we have another presentation. I see Mr. Rickenbacker is just ready to come on up here and do the presentation. This is Mr. Scott Rickenbacker. He is the Director of Construction Project Management, and he is going to be giving us our capital project update and then a change order memo. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dupre-Bruno, Dr. Savage, board members. Now I just got to find the icon. Here comes Jen.
Board meetings. Briefing. This one here, capital project. Bottom one. PDF or whatever. Yeah.
Hang on, don't roll. Good afternoon, board members. A lot to discuss, a lot happening, some mission critical questions to ask of you as well. This is your capital construction update for July of 2021. The first slide is Gateway High School. You all went to the ribbon cutting. We are in the final throes of polishing that up. The principal has moved in with her staff. We've rekeyed the building to the final keying, and we're doing a couple of things. We're finishing the donated canopy outside the carpentry lab, and we discovered one room that we're using some contingency money to put a ceiling in. It was one of the high ceiling rooms without a ceiling, and unfortunately it was too loud for the program, so we're popping in a drop ceiling in that room to help with the acoustics. So we're polishing that up, and that's underway. Second project coming forward, and I believe you're going to be approving tonight the phase money for phase 1 of quadruple A contract, which was really the merging of NN and K contracts into one. That's ongoing. You approved the phase money plus $4 million. I'm happy to announce that the steel came in at $4,053,000. So the contractor is going to eat the $53,000 until we get to the total project cost, and we'll be releasing that steel shortly. Pretty close. I don't know that you can get much closer than that as a rough estimate, but that's where it came in at. And G. Weaver Hips, again, I believe that's coming tonight for the phase 1 seed money for the design of that. So that will be coming forward. That's for that new pre-K building down on that project site. MM Middle School, we have a final temporary certificate of occupancy as well as a substantial completion. They're completing punch list work out there. The principal and his front office staff are moved in the building. Furniture movers have moved them in. And the ribbon cutting ceremony, I believe, is tomorrow at, not sure exactly what time, I want to say 10 o'clock.
Mr. Rickenbacker, if I may, what was about the vehicle successfully
I was gonna say
canal?
that.
I have to ask, the picture in there, what happened there?
I didn't know if
You
that's
know
our
what?
new school.
I asked them to put that in. Just so you know, you've seen the show Dukes of Hazzard. Well, we have the Dukes of Lehigh. So the canal that everyone wanted me to build a bridge over, well, it turns out a person in a, who knew it, I think a PT Cruiser, jumped the canal, and that canal is actually on our property, and the fire department and the wreckers came and got him. Now, I don't know for certain, but I heard the person was of some age. So no helmet, PT Cruiser, and they made it. So my hat's off to them.
Wow.
Thank you for reminding me, Ken. That was meant to give you a laugh. So anyway, that school is opening up. We're finishing that up. We've already done all of the vibro compaction, which I used remaining project contingency. That is for the addition portion, for the addition that will be built with the J Elementary. We wanted to get that mess and that noise out of the way, and since we had those unused funds, we got that work done, out of sight, out of mind, so that'll be one less thing that the school staff has to deal with when I get out there. That's the J Elementary site, and again, right now you'll be also getting our phase 1 J money, and as many of you, I've talked to you in regards to the delay of this project. And our one-on-ones, the only person I don't think I had the ability to meet with is Ms. Gianni Vanelli. I do want to share with you some additional information. I got the architects added, basically in a nutshell, so I can share with everyone what had happened here, is we had some business issues with the failure of the bonita roof and some vendors down, and until those issues were resolved with our building code official company, we could not engage with that company. Now, you board back in December had approved all top ranking for the 3 pieces of the triangle, architect, construction manager, and building official, back in December, but we could not negotiate until all departments were able to work through this issue, and which we recently did, and I brought forward to you the those vendors for negotiations and for funding. So we're underway now, but unfortunately what it does is it's reduced my contracted design time of 10 months, that if I were to begin August 15th, I would only have 6.5 months, which isn't enough time. So I brought the project team together, and I met with the superintendent and you folks one-on-one, and he gave you 2 options. We can either delay the opening of that school to August of 2024, or I can work with my project team, which we had a meeting, and try to get this done with a phased design and a phased construction approach. And what that means is, rather coming with one total project cost, I would be coming in 2 different project costs asked to you. Phase 1, which is the seed money for design. Phase 1A would be the structural steel shell package. And then phase 2, which is our normal total GMP. And at that point, I would recall all of the dollars spent into one total project cost to report to you, moving to the interior finish work. So it seemed pretty much unanimous, and I'm looking for your support on that, to go ahead and let me do my magic and my team's magic to bring that fruition. I did get a price proposal from the architect, because obviously they're going to have to increase their staff and their time. In addition, the county is now asking us to go to full ICC 500 for shelter on this school. Okay, that means the entire structure of the building is going to have to be upgraded. Structural steel, panel thickness, slabs, and so forth. So the additional fees to the architect over and above the contract we're ready to engage with will be about $253,000. So providing that you folks, my recommendation to you is to move forward, because inflation isn't stopping. Year to year cost increases for construction isn't stopping. And if you go to a year, the $250,000 are probably going to seem very small in relation to a year's delay in the cost of construction. So hopefully sometime today you guys will give me your thoughts on that so I can tell the team to move forward or not. Not right now, I'm just saying. You can do that when you come to vote for the Phase 1 money tonight, I believe. A transportation dispatch. This job, we did get a budget. Unfortunately, what was allowed in the capital plan budget was about $900,000. Because it's a metal building, all things metal, the cost has doubled. So we're at an estimated cost of $1.5 million when we got the GMP 2 weeks ago. So I've announced it to the Capital Committee. We're going to have another meeting here shortly as to whether we can move forward and encumber those funds in the current budget. So if we can, then I'll move forward on that building as well, and that's for each transportation. Canopy work at all the remaining schools is being completed. We have a couple schools. Everything will be done for start of school. I believe one school will have some very minor work that can be done during the school day at that site, and that will complete all of our canopy work all over the district. And that's Harns Marsh, Tice Elementary, Villas Elementary, Treeline Elementary, Gateway Elementary, Bonita Springs Elementary. This is the portables that we put in to support the principal for his administration area until such a time as we can resolve the Bonita Springs campus issue with the roof collapse in the administration area. Varsity Lakes Middle School, I think you all have seen the news. That project has been completed, and they've got all those updates and renovations to those trailers complete. So they're back to where they need to be. Riverdale High School, we're currently in the design stage, so that's begun, and we're working on the master plan. And as soon as we have some documents to bring forward to you folks and some concepts, we'll get that. We've had about 3 meetings so far. Fort Myers Technical College, again, we just started meetings. Tonight, you guys approved the Phase 1 funding on that, and assuming that that's supported, then we will move forward and begin that design and get that job moving forward as well. VPAA in the old Lambs building. Currently, we are, I believe you're getting ready to approve that money, and the concept of how we design that school, I still think, per Dr. Savage, is fluid. We've, rather than putting the kids into the portables in the back, that building is sitting empty as I do my design work. So there's 2 wings in that building that are perfectly good for the principal, Ed Carter, to utilize for that capacity. Plus, I feel better having staff in that building checking for leaks and power and air and water and so on and so forth. So he's going to use that in a normal classroom setting. During that time, I will be refreshing the portables behind the old Lambs building. They need some work. And when it gets to the point where the design is done and I have to go into the building and commandeer those areas, Ed and his teacher will move into those portables as I develop those last areas. And this was a help to Ed. We wanted to work with him because he was starting to lose teachers who didn't quite frankly want to work in a portable this year. So I think it helped solve some of his issues, and ultimately get the whole job done together. Fort Myers High School renovation, we're just finally completing that. This is the last phase of that HVAC project, so that's underway. Same thing with Cape Elementary HVAC project. We're in the punch list phase on that job, and that's being completed. And we helped accommodate a YMCA summer camp that we didn't know about, but everything worked out well, and we're getting the job done. So kudos to Tina Silcox on that project. Orangewood Elementary, we have to negotiate, but that'll be another HVAC project, which will be moving forward as well. This is a maintenance project, Buckingham Exceptional Classroom Lighting Upgrade. That's where we go in and we refresh all the school's lighting with LEDs. Woods Elementary, similar, lighting upgrade, LED lights throughout the campus. Hancock Creek Elementary, again, classroom lighting throughout LEDs. San Carlos Park, same cabinetry upgrade throughout the entire campus. Edgewood Elementary School, cabinet upgrade again throughout the entire campus. And as you can see, cabinets aren't cheap. Colonial Elementary, cabinet upgrade. Tice Elementary, elevator upgrade. This has been postponed. We have to do it's going to happen, but we have to do a deep center piston drill into that school's elevator shaft. And unfortunately, there just isn't enough time in this school year to get that and keep the pumping operation, which is 24/7 until we get down in the bentonite to seal it. So the potentially maintenance may be doing that over Christmas, or it'll be postponed until next summer when we can get it. It's a heavy operation. I don't envy them. Cape Coral High School, another maintenance project. This is where we're working with the city of Cape Coral. We're finally tying that building, which used to have a septic field, into the central utilities of Cape Coral. So that'll be a big help for us to get tied in on that. South Fort Myers High School, I want to give credit to OHM's Ames Kimball Construction. Some of the mechanical lifts in the automotive center had showed that the bolting attachments were pulling out and cracking of the slab. So they are involved in several of our projects, and I said, would you please go out and do some coring and investigate? They did, and basically anywhere where the slab was not per plans and specifications, if it met plans and specifications, then it would just be a normal warranty repair. But since there were areas where the slab was deficient and not the full thickness, they replaced all of the concrete and reset all of these lifts at their cost 15 years later after that school was built. So I want to thank them for honoring their corporate name.
That's great.
Lee County Public Education Center. Well, the installation's out in the yard waiting. We're waiting for some of the muck and the tar and all those other things to come, and we'll start hitting this roof. But everything's ready to go, and you can see that's that whole back compound we took with all the white insulation. So we're getting ready. Cypress Lake High School re-roof is complete. You have a completion of construction, and we're wrapped up. Same thing with North Fort Myers High School roof. Mariner High School utility connection. This is the old sewage treatment plant. The DEP was no longer going to give us any permits for that system, so we're connecting it right now into the city of Cape Coral, and they granted us some help to continue the permit to allow us to do that before school starts. So that school as well will be on Cape Coral utilities and no more sewage package lift station. And that completes the update. There is one other item I'd like to make you aware. I'm sure you've seen the email, and I'm going to be very careful on how I say and what I say. I had to come to knowledge that there was a roofing project going on Friday, not out of my division, which was utilizing a roofing vendor at Fort Myers High School that had been involved in the Bonita issue. I immediately stopped work on that project, and that was based on my verbal communications with you here at the board dais that we would not engage with a particular firm until such a time as the insurance claim and subrogation was complete. Well, obviously, it's not completed yet. It's still ongoing. So I immediately stopped the work for further notice. Now I've notified the superintendent and the board attorney of this, and I'm looking for the board's consensus. I have to make a decision, and I don't feel that I have the authority 100%. If it's your direction to not continue, since I stopped work, I paused it, to continue allowing this company as a subcontractor under Christel Construction to finish the roofing at the Sam Sirianni Memorial, then I will continue forth. If that is not a direction you want to give to me, then I will leave this meeting and tell them to re-begin the work. So I kind of need a direction today from the board on that.
Okay, so board, you've heard what Mr. Rickenbacker has asked. Let's just put it in the positive, makes more sense. How many of you are in favor of continuing work? Thumbs up if you're in favor of continuing work with this how would you put it? This
Subcontract vendor.
subcontractor who was involved, is involved in the settlement. So thumbs up if you're wanting to continue, thumbs down if you want the pause to.
May I ask a question, though?
Yeah.
Legally, can we, I would ask Mr. Pre-Bruno
Ask
to
Mr. Pre-Bruno.
to please give us some kind of guidance on that, because if we're halting that for everybody else, and we're saying we're not using this firm or company, and then we're allowing them to do one, I think that there's some kind of
So
conflict there.
this particular firm has been on notice that there is an investigation or at least a review in terms of some of the concerns raised as a result of the Bonita Springs matter. And there is still a claim that is being processed at this point. And if I remember correctly, this did come up before the board previously, where the board had voted to just wait until all of this is resolved prior to do additional work with this particular.
Thank you. And then my second question would be, is there an opportunity for them to get another contractor, subcontractor to complete the work?
Yeah, it was actually, the contractor has terminated the subcontract, but I think if you chose to go the other way, they would call them back and say, get back to work. Unfortunately, one of the alternates to this company was another company that has been in the news lately that I don't think you want to get involved with. So there are other roofing companies out there. They will have to find one that would do the job if that is your desire, and I'll work with them to ensure that they get the appropriate person.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Yes, Ms. Gittens.
Okay, so in the conversation that we had with you about this, you're basically saying that for J, the elementary, and MM, at this point, that is the two things that are reflected in this, and that's what's reflected in L3, am I correct? That will be on our, to vote for tonight, the pre-construction, et cetera, of J and MM.
L3?
L3. So my understanding that.
Point of order,
We're not,
because we're not on that.
No, it has to do with
There's
what
been a
he's
point of order.
asking.
There's been a point of order, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Sorry, I need to make sure I understand
all right,
how we got off.
Well, I'm
of-
trying to
Okay.
get him to explain.
Well, it's easy. I can answer both questions, not a big thing.
Thank you.
So let me just finish the L3. Yes, the L3 is strictly for Phase 1 funding to begin the design work for the J and MM addition.
And my understanding is that is what you're talking about with this company as well.
no.
No.
Okay, all right. Well, that's why I'm trying to understand.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask
Anybody
the
else? So we're just dealing, repeat,
This last question I ask you is, we are redoing the roof on the Sam Sirianni Fieldhouse at Fort Myers High School. I have a subcontractor vendor, which the previous board request was I not engage with them until such a resolution was completed with the insurance companies for the Bonita Springs issues. So I'm not out of my division, but I noticed that this work was going on, so I took care of custody and I stopped the work. And now I'm asking you, do you want to continue? Because there could be some issues. Or do you want me to hold firm and we go out and find another roofer? Or I just call and say, begin work again with the same vendors?
May
is this
I
specifically on
finish my
this?
question, please?
if it's specifically on this, and then you can get to it.
It is about this.
All right, then do it.
So my question is, you're only asking to use this company to finish Sam Sirianni's.
I'm not asking that at all. I'm asking you as a board to give me direction, because I'm not an attorney and I don't have the authority.
No, but
And
what
you're-
I'm saying is this would only do with this project, is what we're saying.
No, right
You're
now it.
asking to use them.
No, I'm not asking to use them I've discovered a subcontractor who you, as a board, preferred not to engage with during the failure from Bonita Springs until it gets resolved. I have noticed that they are currently engaged on a project at Fort Myers High. My due diligence was to shut the job down, to bring it to your attention and say, do you want me to continue, even though there could be a legal issue possibly, you never know, or do you want me to leave this meeting and say we don't want to take that gamble and complete this particular project?
So we would have to complete it with someone else.
Or complete it with them.
But that's not the issue. The issue right now is one simple thing. Thumbs up if we want this company, the subcontractor, to continue even though they're involved in
A dispute.
issue, or thumbs down if we're with Mr. Rickenbacker and saying, no, we agree, don't use them.
I just want to remind the board that you already gave instructions.
To do that.
Yes.
And we have a claim, and there is a review going on, and this company has been noticed of this claim. So I just want to remind, this is not a new question. This is something that you've already been aware of, and you actually talked about this at the dais and instructed not to use these contractors until such time as this claim is resolved.
Right, and that's all we're looking at, and it's to give Mr. Rickenbacker some, yes, just reinforce what we said in the past.
And I
That's
have
all
to
we're
tell you,
doing.
this conversation is making me very, very nervous.
Correct.
From a legal standpoint. I mean, I got a lot of red flags that we're talking about, you know, a potential claim with potential contractors on the dais when I know that there is a claim pending.
So do we just tell him, thank you for doing what he did, and he needs to move on?
And what is the result
Wait a
with the
minute,
roof?
one at a time. Go ahead.
If you ask me to hold firm with your original decisions, I will call the construction management firm and say, yes, the board supports not engaging with that subcontractor and to find a different subcontractor to finish out the Sam Sirianni roof.
And how will that affect us if that roof is not done on time? That's my.
It is what it is.
Okay.
There may be additional cost. It may be another week or two longer, but I can't forecast something I don't have any control over right off at this moment.
All right, Mrs. Fisher.
I was going to ask, what would the ramifications be of going with a different subcontractor in terms of time and cost? That was what I was.
There will be potentially some additional cost, and there obviously is going to be time because we've stopped the work. In terms of any other issues, I am not an attorney, although I play one on TV. But anyway, I can't answer that question. Certainly everyone could protest anything if they don't.
Okay. I'm sorry, and based on your building expertise, what would your recommendation be?
My recommendation to you is that you hold strong. There's been evidence of what we believe, in my opinion, issues that need to be resolved. And until those issues are resolved to the satisfaction of the school district, I don't think we should engage.
And then I support Mr. Rickenbacker's recommendation from a legal standpoint.
Okay, so one more time. If we want to continue with this company that we've already said we don't want to have, this is continue. Put your thumb up. If you agree and you say no to this company, the subcontractor, thumbs down. Let's have the consensus. And I see seven thumbs down.
7-0. I'm doing good, Kat.
So, there you go.
I do have a question. Like, how do we know this is not going to happen again? I mean, how did this happen and you not be aware? That's.
This didn't come out of my division. I just happened to know the industry, and when I heard of this, I questioned it, I researched it, and on Friday night I stopped it.
Okay, so that's my concern, really, how
So
to get here.
I'm sure that Dr. Savage has protocols in place to ensure that some of the paperwork passes through me before it gets to the front office. At least I've gotten the memo to review those things, so.
Okay, and what I'm hearing kind of between the lines is, and I think this is something that maybe moving forward, we need to take a look at does it go to maintenance or does it go to construction? Am I correct?
And we still communicate. What this is I'm OCD as they come. And Dr. Savage has asked me to look at all the paperwork from construction, maintenance, and planning that comes forward to the board or to the superintendent to execute. And that just became active about 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
So I'm looking at things.
Well, I, for one, appreciate your oversight on these things. paying attention to what we've said in the past. So thank you.
One last thing.
Dr. Savage has
Before you do that, Scott, I just want to kind of highlight this answers one of the earlier questions as to how we were moving through the operations quality control piece. One of the things I became very reliant upon while I was in operations was Scott's meticulous nature, not just Scott, but his staff. Very procedural, very step-by-step. They really do an excellent job reviewing those pieces. So I did ask when I was making this transitional time so that I could feel the level of assurance I needed. And he is graciously doing that additional quality control. It's just, though, I want to highlight just how the nature of these things, it can be a little bit challenging because it gets into the relationship of a sub with a prime. So while we are typically doing business with the prime, it's very important to have those additional looks because there's only so many businesses locally, and if they're picking up a sub at the best price point, just needs that additional layer of, it would not be difficult for a mistake to be made, but it really is more of a credit to Scott than I would say an egregious error on the part of someone who'd be digging into the work of their primes and project manager review and things of that nature. So Scott, if you want to add anything before you finish.
No, that was it. I just wanted to speak in your one-on-ones. I wanted to clarify some of the staging delivery of GMPs to the board. With the exception of Ms. Patrica, I had been going off the cuff and not my notes, and I gave her the correct dates. So I wanted to fill the rest of you in on the correct dates. Assuming you go with the accelerated design for J and MM, the Phase 1 shell package drawings will be delivered as a GMP. The drawings will be complete January of 2022, and a GMP for Phase 1A would be delivered February 1 of 2022. That's the shell. Then for the Phase 2, which would be the interior fit-out, the remainder of the total project cost, the fit-out package would be delivered for my review May 1st of 2022, and a GMP, which would be your total project cost development at that point, would come to the board on or about June 1st of 2022. I think I was telling you folks October and May, but so February GMP to you, and in June a GMP to you with total project cost.
Great. Do you also have a change order that you need to?
There is a change order report. Did you have any questions? Ms. Gittens had a hand up.
Well, I had some questions on the capital project, if I may. One thing is, yesterday, okay, I'm confused because yesterday in the discussion about J and NN and Veterans Park, I asked the question about the spot survey and whether or not it was needed for, so that Veterans Park could use the rooms in the available rooms at the Old Lambs this year. And we were told no, that that was not it. But then you're saying today that they are going to be using part of them. And I go back a couple of months ago when I shared a document that I got from DOE that said in the 21 school year we would be putting 360-some sixth graders in portables. So I understand Mr. Carter is saying that hopefully we can not do that by putting them in the Old Lambs building. Am I correct?
To a certain extent, yes, but no. Originally, we were going to be taking the whole Lambs building to renovate the entire interior of that building. Well, as you know, I don't have a contract as of this moment. So I have a perfectly good building sitting there unused. Right. Rather than shove kids in portables that are crickety and carpets torn, let them use that building. I got a pair of eyes in there keeping an eye on leaks and everything else. And when it's a time comes, I have the portables in back refreshed, they will have to move into those portables. But the item you're speaking to, Ms. Gittens, it's the spot survey. And what the spot survey, when we moved the Lambs, so in the state, the number for that site associated with Lambs, the school code ID,
I get that.
is now going to the new project site.
And it will have a new number.
Correct.
Okay. Like I said, I'm just still very leery that once we get something done with DOE, it's just full force ahead. But for the sake of time, I have some other information I wanted to share about some possibilities of veterans. And after speaking to some consultants about it, I do have some numbers and some figures. But because of the time, I won't present it now, as long as we know that we're not going any further and that there are opportunities to change the super school. That's what I want to make sure of. And the other thing I wanted to say is thank you all for fixing the portables at Varsity and the surrounding areas around them. It is beautiful, and as all of you probably know, I was the one that called Wink News and said, let's do a good story about something that was not so good before. And so they agreed and came out, and we did the story to show the improvements, because I wanted the parents and the children to know what they were going into. There were parents that I know, because they call me personally, that were not sending their children back to Varsity because of some of the situations, and now that they are. My only caveat to it is, I hope that we don't, get to that point again. However, when I put the pictures out there, I had people saying to me, oh, that's the portables at Lamb's. I said, no, that's at Varsity. So that tells you the condition of the portables at Lamb's are just as bad or worse. So going forward, folks, I just hope we don't get to the point that it gets so bad that we can't fix it. So thank you for doing that, and let's keep our eyes open. And I will get with the superintendent and Mr. Scott on the projections that we have. And then I'll inform you what I'm going to do about L4 later. Thank you.
Any other important comments, questions?
And I do just have one quick reporting. We did get our 60% design estimate for pre-K8 in Estero, and this is construction cost only, no FF&E, so add another $10 million to this. Right now, they're holding tight at $74 million, and that's at 64%. We've realized about a $1,881,000 cost escalation. And the steel impact from the bar joist has cost us about $650,000. So we were at 77. It's coming down a little bit as we tighten up the drawings. So hopefully we can stay stable with this. And you can take that number, roughly 74, and add another 10 million to it. So the pre-K is probably going to be about 84, 85. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much for your time.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, this takes us to public comment. Mrs. Debris Bruno, do you have some cards today?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so would you read the information on public comment, please?
School board policy provides the opportunity at this point in the meeting to address the board concerning any matter from this meeting's agenda. If you completed a blue card, please put it in the basket. If you need one, they're outside in the hallway. The rules concerning public comment are posted in the back, and the central microphone in the back is to be used for public comment. Please be advised that the board does not respond during public comment to remarks made by speakers. At the end of the public comment period, the board vice chair, Ms. Vaughn, may address concerns or the assignment of concerns to the superintendent. Speakers and those attending the meeting are expected to act in a respectful manner. The purpose of public comment is to provide feedback on today's agenda. Personal attacks on individuals or abusive language are prohibited. In addition, clapping, hissing, and booing, unreasonably loud and/or offensive language, swearing, cursing, or display of temper are prohibited. Speakers who fail to follow proper decorum in the chambers will be ruled out of order. Any speaker continuing with such remarks will be required to relinquish the microphone per Board Policy 1.11. The time per speaker is 3 minutes. You will find a countdown on the big screen in the front of the room. Once your time has elapsed, the microphone will automatically shut off. We encourage you to address the board as a whole versus individual board members as they act as a collective body. Please state your name prior to making your comment. And Madam Chair, there are 5 speakers. There are 5 speakers that wish to address the board.
Is there anybody else who did not have a chance to fill out a card that wishes to speak? Okay, let's proceed.
So will the following individuals please line up? Denise Nystrom, Tara Jenner, Christine Divisional, Amy Moore, Joan Dowling. or Downen? No. Mm-mm.
I hear it now. It's on now.
It's on, Scott.
Uh-huh.
Volare.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that.
We needed
Denise-
that.
Start again? Okay. Denise Nystrom. I hope I can read my notes, they're all over the map. I cannot imagine what it is like for those of you who have been working on this board for years that have had to face the distrust that you've had to face between each other. Now, call me crazy, but I went back over 2 years and started watching every single board meeting from February 2019, because when something would happen recently, I would think to myself, there's got to be a nexus in there, and I want to know what it is. My God. Everything from the watermark incident to Ms. Vaughn trying to make that come to light, to people that would not come clean, the lack of transparency, the dishonesty by a particular board member, appalling, absolutely appalling. That's what's led you here today. So now finally you have before you a superintendent that wants to create change that he thinks will be to the advantage of the school district to our children. And you've got the same people up there fighting not to have this change occur, and the same people up there fighting for transparency. When is it going to end? You have a golden opportunity before you right now to really make a change, to make this school district the model that it can be, the model that some of you have prevented it from being. With regard to going into the buildings, it was customary in my position as the Chief Executive Officer of Human Resources, as well as the Superintendent and the other Chief Executive Officers, to visit every single school building, including with Board of Education members, to walk through, say hello. In fact, I didn't hold meetings in my office. I went to the buildings because if I didn't go into the buildings, I didn't get to know the people. I was just some person in an office. So, Dr. Savage, I applaud the fact that for the first 100 days, you think it is important to get into those buildings and be there front and center and seeing those people. Thank you. I have looked at your organizational chart, the one that's currently existing. I could never understand how you were functioning under that organizational chart. And I looked at that organizational chart months ago. Months ago. This is a huge district. The district that I came from, which was considered big, had 1,200 district employees. And we 4 assistant superintendents were beelining the superintendent all day. I cannot even imagine what your job is like. But if you miss this opportunity now, you don't know when this opportunity is going to come again. And it is time. It is long overdue.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. Next speaker, please.
Tara Jenner. Page 59 of the student progression plan that deals with home education needs modification. The implication is that homeschoolers can only get a diploma or graduate if affiliated with the district. Homeschoolers under Florida statute create their own transcripts and diplomas, and many groups and organizations exist that offer graduation ceremony. The section needs to add in if they want a Lee County School District diploma and wish to participate in district graduation ceremonies. It should also be noted that if students that are home educated switch to the plan that's in this proposal without giving them notification, that their students might actually lose Bright Future Scholarship opportunities because they need to remain in whatever particular niche of education they're in for 2 years prior to graduation. You might be looking at some big legal battles down the line for loss of educational opportunities that those students have worked very hard in order to earn. I'd like to applaud Dr. Savage. Rarely is someone in leadership or in a position of authority in any capacity willing to divest themselves of power that has been gained, oftentimes through nefarious means or through personal acclaim, which has happened in this district over many years because of his predecessors and with board acquiescence, if not actual push. As someone who was active duty military for 9 years and 11 months, I can tell you, I wrote my own performance reports and my own job descriptions. They were then forwarded to my supervisor, who could either delete or add to those as they saw fit. This is normal business practice, not anything unique or strange, as was implied by several. Planning a way for people to advance and getting into place a structure that will make transparency, the effectiveness of individuals and other performance is evident in Dr. Savage's plan. The current operational chart allows people to create a fiefdom of power and shield them from accountability and visibility from their errors and their mistakes. The proposed change will highlight those who are excelling and those who are falling short, setting up future staffing changes to be made based on performance rather than nepotism and power. It will make transparency greater and accountability easier, and it will also empower people to excel. As with any plan, I think, for example, the U.S. Constitution, amendment processes are standard, but to do nothing is not the answer. As the adage goes, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over while expecting a different result. Thank you.
Christine Divisional. I only have a couple things. So I love the idea of moving to a quality of points progression plan. My eldest daughter, who is a sophomore in both the ACE and arts program at her high school, she's never gotten a C in her life until last year when she got her very first F in a subject that she loves and typically over-excels in. This lowered her grade average for that year and her overall weighted GPA. She would have benefited greatly from a quality of point system, and I would like to thank staff and commend them on their hard work for that. In regards to the proposed reorganization, I'll need to go back and watch this again because I did spend the first 15 minutes watching a certain board member's obviously disgruntled face. But there were a few things that I did notice and I would like to comment on. This reorganization plan, it makes sense. I love that it looks at structuring the district in the same way that a school is structured. This plan focuses on building bridges between the district and the community. It looks at not only saving the district money, but reinvesting money back into the district without firing anyone. And there's room for advancement for current staff. Our superintendent, whether it's Dr. Savage or anyone else, this plan protects the integrity of that position. And anyone that feels like they need to quit because they don't like the restructuring, well, good, because we don't need people like that working for us anyway. Now, to echo some of the current board members, policy is the job of the board, and process is the job of the superintendent. So let's keep it that way by you guys doing your job and allowing him to do his. Now, while I'm on the topic of the superintendent, some board members insist on referring to Dr. Savage as the interim superintendent. And I implore you, please stop. It is very disrespectful. There is no such thing as an interim superintendent, and the fact that some of you keep referring to him as such shows the staff and the public just how much you actually respect the person and the position that he holds. In regards to the safety accreditation program, best practices are vital to the success of any organization, and if we want to be a world-class school district, programs like this get us there. I would, however, have to agree with Ms. Gittens that a reorganization is the necessary first step to getting us to approving this program. Thank you to Mr. Newland for your hard work in putting it into the presentation today. I'm going to end with this by quickly saying how I love how all of the presentations that we heard today from the department heads complement the proposed reorganization plan. It is clear to see that this is not the first time staff has seen this plan, and it's obvious that they're in agreement with it. And the fact that no one knew that this roofing company currently under investigation was performing work on a Lee County School District school just recently is all the evidence you need to move forward with that plan. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Moore. I just want to say I've been watching the board meeting in its entirety at home and on my way here. I just wanted to thank Dr. Savage for your presentation today. I think that change is absolutely necessary in the school district. I myself, I'm a parent of twins in a middle school that the principal there, even though my kids were victims of bullying, he refused to report any sort of documentation for me to be able to get a Hope Scholarship. And it was like pulling teeth for him to finally come around, because I basically threatened him with coming to you instead of just dealing with him. But it is absolutely necessary for us to be progressive with the kid. We have to not wait around and put things behind us that we should be looking forward to. So we need to change. We need to move forward with this. I appreciate your plan. I think it's a great breakdown of everything. I think it's too much of a burden for just one superintendent's shoulders, the way it is, and I think it would help him do his job. So that's all I want to. I also am in very big support of him. So that's all.
Hello, my name is Joan Downen. I am currently employed as a teacher in the school district. However, I have not been in the classroom for a year now because of health issues that, according to my doctor, are 100% caused by the stress of the classroom. I do not plan on returning next year. However, my paperwork is not yet in place, just so that you know where I'm coming from, for those of you that are bothering to listen. I cannot tell you how many other teachers are in my same position. With the requirements of the state, the unknowns of the virus, pressure from admin has done many great teachers in. Thankfully, I had an understanding admin, but not all were that lucky. To echo the letter presented by Giovanelli, many of our admin are not appropriate for leadership. The number of legal claims that we are debating currently and paying currently should scream for change, any change. In regard to the comments of the board that we are a Fortune 500 company, no, we are not, because they are for profit. We are not. The difference is customer service. A for-profit organization will give customer service up until the point it costs them money. All we do is customer service, and it costs us all of our money. So it's not the same. You cannot compare us to a Fortune 500 company. Government regulations control our actions. For instance, I could be a principal if we were in a for-profit company because my degree would count. We're in a government education company. My degree doesn't count. Change shakes out issues. We know we have a lot of issues here. Let it shake. Let us lose some of this valuable personnel. Why are we hanging on to people that we need to just let go? Personnel capital is only as good as the people filling the positions, regardless of who wrote the job description. If someone's not working toward the shared goal, if they're running off good people, if they're protecting people who should be gone, they cannot be considered capital and should be let go. Dr. Savage is here. We've lived through much worse and have survived, and quite frankly, I think we're stronger for it. Growth is painful. Avoidance does not stimulate growth. Stand behind your choice, live with your decision. Let's see where he takes us. It's only 6 to 9 months. How much damage can be done in that amount of time? And quite frankly, if nothing else, when have you ever seen Tara, Jenna, and I on the same page?
And that ends public comment.
Okay, and I'm not going to comment specifically on individuals, but we do appreciate your patience and dedication for staying here, and so thank you for coming out and sharing. And I could probably echo what Joan just said. Anyway, So now we are at the point of board member comment. And we had talked earlier, or at least I had talked earlier, about the idea of spending most of this time adding commentary about the presentation on the reorganization. Obviously, when your time to speak, you can talk about whatever you want, but we are already almost 30 minutes over on time, and we do have a 5:05 meeting. So, you know, I'm just going to say, keep those things in mind. All right. I think I'm going to go in the middle. So I'm going to start with Ms. Jordan.
Why do you always want to start with me?
I don't always start with you.
Okay, so what are we doing now? You want us to, are we going back?
It's called board member comment.
So are we referring to the?
Well, what I said.
It's board member comment,
Hang out.
Ms.
It's
Jordan.
board member comment. What I said was, obviously, you can talk about whatever you want. However, we had mentioned earlier that we might want to use this time for additional reflections, comments on the reorganization, because we were severely limited on that.
So I will say that I am not opposed to change at all. I understand that everybody has worked hard in, you know, the new structure of what it looks like, and I do understand that there's a lot more work to take place, and to add the appropriate people into certain seats. But I do understand the frustration that, you know, some of us felt, well, I can't speak for other people, I can speak for myself, how I felt when I heard about the technology part. That kind of bothered me. Only because I have the utmost respect for the person who had that position, and now, of course, that's not there in that structure. And I guess because we had looked at it one way, and we had that conversation about how it was going to look, and then it changed here. So that was something that, you know, I wasn't quite prepared for that. So I do want to mention that. But then my other comments, I'm going to just go with my comments that I have for, instead of doing it tonight, just the things that we, you know, the great things that have been happening. You know, yesterday we had, 398, I believe it was, new hires that came through. And that was exciting to see all these teachers coming in, that it's going to be part of this district, and we want them to stay here. We want to make sure that they come here and they love it and they stay here. We had the one lady from, I think it was Ohio, who had her trailer attached. She just drove in and made it here, and her whole life was there with her when she drove through. And just, you know, knowing that, and, you know, being able to be out there and talk to those people, and just telling them how much we appreciate them, we need to make sure that we do keep them in a good environment, healthy environment where they will stay, and make sure that our kids are taken care of. So I want to thank the staff and everybody that put that together, because also the comments that I heard was that in their other districts where they were at, they've never, because we have some who came back and some were career changers, they had never seen such a great presentation as they did, and they were taking pictures and sending them all back to their folks at home. So I just want to say that. We also had, SOS had an open house at the Dunbar Community School. It was great. A lot of the community members were there. The students were outstanding. They met and greeted all the people, took them around. and show them what they were learning, and very exciting to see what they felt was the best thing for them, which was meditation. That it gave them the opportunity to meditate at the end, to think about everything that they're dealing with, and how they spoke about being there and being in school was the best part of their day, because what they have at home is not very good. So they really appreciate that. Also, Sammy Watkins, he did a free camp at South this Saturday. 150 students participated in that. It was a free camp. He's going to be doing many more. That was great, going out there and seeing all those kids from all ages. Even some little girls were out there in that camp, so it was fun. We also did a multicultural backpack giveaway and food drive, or food giveaway, this Friday and Saturday. Many of us were there doing that, and seeing that, which was, the kids were really excited for the most part. There were a few who were the older children who were not too keen when you asked them about, you ready for school? They're like, eh. But the rest of the kids were excited, and the parents were really excited, put it that way. But and the last thing that I did, that was Friday and Saturday, and then also Saturday, North Fort Myers Civic Association, they held their first fundraiser to adopt a new teacher in all of the North Fort Myers schools, because they want to make sure that the new teachers, and any teachers, if they have a wish list that they're going to try to help and provide, they don't want them having to dig into their pockets and, buy what they need for the schools. So I thought that was great. So it was a very, very busy weekend, and I'm glad that we're here. We had a long month off, and now we're here to get the business done. That's my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. Ms. Fisher.
Thank you. Okay. So, yes, change is constant and inevitable, and there is need for change. There's always need for change. I appreciate Dr. Savage being our superintendent for the interim while we conduct our national search, as agreed upon by the whole board, for a long-term superintendent, however, whatever time that might be. I'm impressed with Dr. Savage's ability and desire to serve others, and that is a very important quality. I'm not too sure about the timing, the engagement with all of the people who are impacted by this, and the buy-in. So I guess when you said this morning, go for it, slow down or stop, I would say slow down. I wanted to say that I had a really good time this past weekend at the multicultural backpack event, and it was good to see my colleagues Betsy Vaughn and Debbie Jordan there, and also Lisette Roman, who was out there dancing and working hard like she always does. So thank you all. And the new teacher welcome yesterday was also a lot of fun. I think we all got in our steps and some good exercise. I want to thank the HR department and all of those who were out there in the moist weather, volunteering and enjoying meeting the new people who came from all over the place and looked really enthusiastic. So that's all I have this evening. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Mrs. Morgan.
Okay, well, I will reiterate that I'm not opposed to change either. I've agreed that I think that the student achievement section has been well considered. I have no issues with the strategic engagement or chief performance officer. I believe that the business operations has not been well considered, and I'd like to make, I am going to make critical comments. I have to. Disrespect has been shown to key members of the leadership. I'm sorry?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
There's
I'm talking. This is not your business. I have been stunned by the lack of professionalism and the disrespect and the lack of transparency shown certain members of the leadership team. This is not a case of no damage being done. This is a case of damage has been done. People have watched how the superintendent has managed this change process, and he has not been transparent and honest in some of the communications he has provided. Damage has been done. I am very concerned about the impact on the organization as we move forward. But as I said, I'm not opposed to change. I have looked at, his recommendations, and I think some of them do make sense. But I think that the way that we have proceeded as a team has not exemplified the kind of work we want to be doing going forward.
Thank you. Mrs. Patrica.
I know that the time allotted for the reorg discussion was not Ms. Vaughn's doing. I apologize if my comments indicated that they were. I'm going to continue with my questions and comments regarding superintendent's recommendation for reorg. There are departments listed below each deputy superintendent. What are the titles of those in charge of each department? I do hear Dr. Savage say that schools are not serving students and that the district is not serving schools. That really does sound alarming, but where is the data to support these notions? A letter is not data. Conversations are not data. How is information being compiled? How can honest, frank feedback be gathered so as to show a true picture of what problems exist so that plans can be made to solve those problems? Personal conversations between Dr. Savage and principals is not data, because principals are far less likely to be frank with the CEO than they will be if anonymous feedback is generated. Bottom line, what empirical methods have been used to identify those pain points? What feedback has been received from the business community? From whom outside the district in Lee County has counsel or advice been sought on this plan, and from whom outside the district in the state has counsel and advice been sought on this plan? How are each of these positions tied to the strategic plan? The only one I can see is the strategic engagement officer being tied directly to increasing community involvement. How will these changes help us attract the best candidates for the permanent superintendent position? Positions within the existing org chart were just approved by the board for 1 year. The item was not pulled. There was no discussion and no indication of dissatisfaction. How are these changes reconciled with recent approvals by the board? I'm at a loss in terms of understanding why the focus is not on efforts to hire bus drivers, teachers, principals, APs, counselors, psychologists, etc. What plan is in place to address the 8% decrease in reading FSA scores for third graders? Why is a reorg the focus when we are coming out of a pandemic? I've asked this question and I was told that I would get some responses in a face-to-face meeting, which I did ask to schedule, and it has not been scheduled. What process changes can be made to achieve similar results without disrupting the organization? Why is this part of your 90-day plan? That would be a question for Dr. Savage through the chair. Do you have a 90-day plan? If so, what is it? Disruption by the interim plus disruption by the permanent equals what? I don't know. I don't know what we are hoping to achieve here. If the goal is to increase student achievement, how does this plan get us there in the long run? As I've gone out and I've spoken with my colleagues across the state and with my mentors, both here in Lee County and across the state, and told them just in general terms of plans for a reorg, the overwhelming feedback I get is, don't you have an interim? Interims aren't supposed to engage in reorganization plans. Risk is an inherent part of any disruptive change to an organization. What role can the internal auditor play in evaluating the proposed reorg? The organizational chart for each department that was audited by RSM included an evaluation of that department's org chart. As a board, org charts are very much part of our purview. It would certainly help me to determine legal and financial risk if our internal auditor, after hired, beats this up and provides suggestions. On the other hand, the plan is being, on the one hand, the plan is being described as disruptive. On the other hand, it is being described as minor changes. Which is it? We can't have it both ways. The bottom line really is that I'm confused. I don't understand what was presented today, how that relates to what was presented 2 weeks ago. For example, moving IT to business ops, it doesn't make any sense. I'm not confident in the level of staff involvement and approval and buy-in in the decision-making. I don't understand the vision. I don't understand what the goals are. What do we hope to achieve here? What measurable outcomes are envisioned? What measurements will be put in place to determine whether the changes are working? Were normal HR processes followed in bringing forth this plan to include what I understand to be a good cause item to approve some of the job change descriptions which have hit our inboxes since we've been sitting here? What are the titles for the boxes under deputy superintendents? Will coordinators be needed to assist deputy superintendents? At what cost or price? I hear a lot of anecdotal evidence. Conversations with principals and listening tours are just that, anecdotal. As a board member, I'm expected to operate at the 30,000-foot view, at the 30,000-foot level. I don't argue that role. That's the role I'm supposed to have. I can't be expected to understand the need for organizational restructure if I'm not engaged in the day-to-day operations of the schools. For that level of understanding, I need data. I need a compilation of facts, not anecdotes, that demonstrate a need for this disruption at this time. I'm not seeing it. For these reasons, I can't support it. A couple more comments. Asking me to approve pieces of the puzzle. Again, you know, I've had this conversation with Dr. Savage. You're asking me today to approve pieces of a puzzle when I don't understand the entire picture. You know, I know that there's a lot we can't talk about on this, but there is tremendous potential liability associated with what is being proposed here. I definitely want to focus on education. I definitely want to focus on education, and I believe that is an area of significant strength for Dr. Savage. I believe he's an innovative thinker in the education realm, not in the business realm. And I'd love to see Dr. Savage and his team focus on that. We've already seen the departure of a key member of the leadership team as a direct result of this plan. I'm not willing to risk the exit of more talent for a plan I don't understand because the need has not been demonstrated. A couple of the comments that were made during the presentation today. We are a school system, not a Fortune 500. Yes, we are a school system, but as the CEO, I'd urge Dr. Savage to please consider viewing this as the $2 billion business that it is. A listening tour, I was under the impression that that work had already been completed, that, you know, the conversations with the 80 or so principals was the listening tour. I'm stunned that has not been done yet. You know, talking about going out and seeing the faces, really listening to the frontline results, that has to be done first. We've got to figure out where those pain points are. We've got to figure out what the priorities are in the schools before you come forward with a recommendation for change. And I think those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Giovanelli.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. I want to finish reading the letter that was given to me, and it's not just one letter. I get calls, contacts, employees constantly that the culture of the district is horrendous. And that's been ongoing for a very long time, not just in the last 30 days. So there is need for change. Overall, the staff at the high school is unhappy, which affects all the data-driven factors: staff retention, test scores, school choice selections. I know this letter expresses one person's opinion, but I know that I share the same opinion of a lot of my staff members at this high school. And then they just talk about how the administration doesn't help. They have no support, and they do not have what's needed to be successful. And they just end it with, I am not signing my name for fear of retaliation. I have witnessed incidents with other staff members that I believe are misuse of power and a vindictive nature. That is what I think is very relevant. And it's not one, it's a staff. This is a school. They're speaking for the school. And I think that's valuable. I want to remind the board that Dr. Atkins went 2 years without an operations manager. 2 years. That stayed vacant. That position stayed vacant. And he said he was filling it. So there's things that he did that I didn't agree with, but I didn't micromanage him. I let him do the destructive nature that he did, and that's why we're here where we are today, because he did nothing. He never held anyone accountable. He never really managed the district properly because he let everybody run rogue. And if we don't have change, we're going to have more employees leaving, and we're not going to be the world-class school system that we so graciously try to achieve. And it's going to be up to this board to make those changes. It takes a lot of guts and ambition for him to do what he's trying to do. And I think it is baby steps. Right now it's 5 positions. Let's see what that results in. And I'm not really in agreement with all 5 positions, but I'm going to support it because I'm not going to micromanage him, and I'm going to be hopeful, and I'm going to give him a lot of grace, as I've done in the past 4.5 years. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Gittens?
I know the time is fleeing,
we have a meeting but
okay,
you go ahead.
But I'm always the one that gets shortchanged here. I don't understand.
No, you're not going to get shortchanged. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. First of all, listening to my colleagues, I heard an immense amount of ayes regarding this process. And I'll just leave that on the table as it is. In looking at this process, someone mentioned that there were changes to it, and we as a board weren't aware of that. It clearly states working draft. He clearly said it's not something that he wants passed today. So I just wanted to bring that out. And when I sat in that room and listened to the original presentation, I went in with an open mind. And I will say that at least one of the changes that I brought up, because I did bring up changes, were added and made prior to us seeing it today. So I do believe the superintendent is open to changing this, making it better, and I'm a fact of that. I mentioned the part about the risk management, and I said risk management is very, very, very important and needs to encompass the whole organization. And that was listened to. So perhaps if we go in with an open mind and look at things, not what we don't want, but from the positive side of, this is how we could do this better, or maybe this is how this could look, and giving constructive criticism that this looks weak, can we do it this way to strengthen it? Not it all is terrible and it's all bad. I agree with my coworkers on some of the comments that we have operated so long on personality and people rather than process, and who's doing the job, but is the job getting done, and is the right person in there doing the job. We've got to get away from well, we want so-and-so here. Is so-and-so the best person for it? And when are we going to stop and look and say, well, maybe this person isn't the best? I agree with the comment about when you're working in corporate, and maybe we're not a corporation, but in a business, we are a business. It just so happens that our product is people. You know, you can't buy them and sell them, but that's our product. Children, people, adults. And so when you do that, I also have had someone say to me, well, write your job description. It's a starting point. It's what are you doing in your job, and what are you doing in your job? Because I think you're doing this, maybe, and you think you're doing this, so we need to get all eyes on it and say, well, maybe we should adjust this, not just throw it out because we don't like who's presenting it. I will say on the information systems, and I had this conversation with the superintendent, we have a lack of information. And I agree with Ms. Patrica on not having data. But here's the reason I think we don't have data. For example, I have asked for data about discipline in academics and that type of thing. And I have requested things from public records, and they will say, oh, it's going to take this amount of time or whatever. If we had programs set up through our data and IT departments and had an algorithm that said, if you need something about discipline, there's an algorithm already set up. Boom, 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 we put it in and you get your data. Rather than having to go to this department and that department, and this one has to talk to that one and gather this and, checks and pluses and all that. We need those systems. For that purpose, I could see moving IT, an expanded IT that has the ability to pull data from anywhere in the organization at the drop of a finger on a button. And in that situation, they would be somewhere up near the top because they are focused on everything. We're still working like mom and pop. Go over here to this corner and find out how many widgets we have. No, we should have processes in place to do that. So I would like to see that looked at a little bit careful and maybe moved around. But I'm giving you something that is a plausible change that you can look at and say yay or nay. I'm not just saying question after question after question without something in its place. Without a suggestion. If you don't like something, then give a suggestion as to what you can do to fix it. Otherwise, you're a part of the problem if you don't have a solution. I'm finishing up. But basically, again, we do the policy and the superintendent does the process. We never got this deep in the weeds. In fact, I was told by several people, including the superintendent, stay out of the weeds. Stay in your lane when I would ask questions of this sort. So you're asking the wrong person about this. Two things I do need to mention, and I sent you guys an email. I mentioned yesterday about James Stevens' name edit. It's not a name change. I spoke with the attorney, I spoke with the superintendent, I spoke with the principal. The principal is going to be here this evening. I'm going to bring it up as a good cause item. The reason is they have a grant and the money is already paid. The sign company is holding up the process because they're waiting to see if we will allow them to drop those two things in that elementary. It is not against policy. It is an edit. It is not a change. They have spoken to the community. They have sent out social media information and got information back from parents, from teachers, from the community. There will be community people here tonight to talk about the process as well. So it is not something that Gwen Gittens, did. I was asked to help them. I had gone over there for a visit, and we were talking about it, and that's how I got involved. But please do not look down upon it because I brought it. I'm just saying that. Okay. The last thing I will say is that I will be pulling L4 because I still do not trust the information about the VP Super 8, and it will probably pass, but I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Okay, and we're going to break at 5 o'clock. Gives me a little less than 5 minutes for my piece on this. First of all, what I'm going to say is I'm going to prioritize. All right. One of the things that was mentioned by, I believe it was Mrs. Patrica, about the exit of key talent. I want to remind you, and this is something, selective memories perhaps, that during Dr. Atkins' time, we also had quite a few people leaving. I'm not going to mention who they are, but including a chief that left, came back, whatever. We also, when we're talking about key talent, my heart goes to the teachers. What about the teachers that we have lost? I've said this many, many times. What is a school? There's one thing that a school needs besides kids, and that's teachers. All right? You need to keep that in mind. You need to keep in mind that this has been, in recent years, at least since I've been on the board, a retaliatory culture. We cannot have that. It's been a culture where people's friends, where cronies, where the relatives, where we have had board members that value their own power because they have made pacts with different key administrators, whether that be in schools or whether it be here in the district, and that is still happening. It's a power play. Today when I came in, I noticed that the banner that said, "We love our new teachers," was still hanging over the door here. Great, wonderful. But you know what? It's less about a bunch of balloons and a bagel for breakfast. It's about every single day and how we treat our teachers. And yes, we love our new teachers, but we love all of our teachers. And if we're not treating all of our teachers the same way, with, you know, balloons and hugs and love and t-shirts and whatever, what they need is respect. What they need is no retaliation if they speak up against someone. We need fairness. What I love most about this plan that Dr. Savage has put forth, and I'm only looking at phase 1, which is what we're supposed to be looking at. We're not looking at, well, who are the coordinators that are going to be? He has promised that people are not being fired, and I trust that. What I like most about it is priority. Where has the priority gone? It's back in the schools. Again, I'm going to repeat and end with, it's not about power. This ain't your grandpa's Lee County. People here on the board that want to keep it your grandpa's Lee County, fine. I do not. I'm one of 7. It's up to you. Give it a chance, as our speakers have said. Give it a chance. We have a superintendent right now that wants to make some changes. I don't see where people have been hurt. And if we have power, if we have problems in the district, and if we have administrators, high level, that are causing mutinies, shame on you. Because as a teacher, I love teaching AP students. But if my principal said, Ms. Vaughn, you're going to teach all freshmen in the lowest level reading, or you won't have a job, and guess what? That's what I would have done. The end. 5-minute break. We have a meeting at 5:05. We will be back in 5 minutes.
Were we not supposed to get consensus?
We don't have time. We have a meeting starting in exactly 5 minutes.
I don't know if we